The truth is, as dumb as they come.
Huh?
Hello, freakazoids. How the hell's it going out there? All right, another day. That's what some people say, Sea Breeze. That's what some people say. We're always way ahead of everybody else. That's for damn sure, okay? That is for sure. If you want to be ahead of the curve on any given case that we're covering, you come right over here. Every single time. There might be people that have better, they have sources out there, but do they put together and synthesize the information that is out there better? And the answer is no. Absolutely not. All right? Okay, thanks for agreeing with me. Very cool. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. Harvey here today with Garagos. They had a pretty interesting conversation. Maybe we can review that. And then also, Anton spoke to Garagos also, and there was some interesting stuff in that one. And it was just it was a pretty interesting day. All right, but we'll do that later, I guess. Hey, thanks so much there, Betty Black. All right. Very kind, very kind. Yeah, so I mean, the thing is, what's going on recently is, it's Garagos actually tries to explain it. Like, he seems to have sources in the FBI on, like, there's two sides of it or something, and it was really strange, that whole thing. Hey, thanks, Mike Spam. And by the way, didn't you sent 5 in last night, right? And I meant to thank you, and it just zipped by, and it was kind of near the end of the show, and I missed it. So I wanted to thank you for that as well, all right? Very kind of you. Very kind. You know what, though? I got to say this right off the bat. I'm nervous. Something really bad is going to be happening on the 4th of July. I mean, it's like there's just so many negative things have been happening, like the terrorism, and it just sort of makes you wonder, the 250th anniversary, it's a big one. It's just, I don't know, man. I think somewhere, something bad's going to happen. That just sucks. Yeah, but I don't know why I feel that way, specifically more this year than other ones, because it's so big and, I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, you're here anyways, though, Tim, so you checked. About that since last week. Yeah, I've been thinking about that, too. It's been on my mind a little bit. I'm not sure when I was thinking about it original. You think, nah? Okay. All right. I hope you're right, Catty Girl. But, given all those other attempts that have been happening around, and this one's just this huge event with a lot of people around, I don't know. I'm nervous about it. I hope they have a lot of people out there and it doesn't happen. But we'll see, Katie Girl. We'll see. Do not be afraid. Well, I'm not afraid. I'm just saying, I'm nervous about it. There's been so many of these wacko, hard lefties out there trying to kill people. So you sort of just wonder, is this another one of those nights where, they're going to go in there and, who knows? Who the hell knows? I mean, they tried, remember that just a couple weeks ago, right? They tried to, at that MMA fight outside. They try to do it there. I mean, that doesn't that make you a little nervous? These events coming up are so much bigger, huge, and the edges go farther out, and so you could see something. Anyways, let's just hope that doesn't happen. But everybody be, a little bit more vigilant when you're out there, out and about. Especially if you live in a bigger city, that's what they, that's where they choose a lot of times. Yeah, there are a lot of crazy, deranged people out there. And the thing is they're like because of Candace Owens, there's nut jobs on the right too. Like deep, these crazy wackos on the right that believe in the crap that she sells. So you got that, and then you also have the people on the left that are they hate Trump and they hate the administration, and they've been told that he's a fascist, so therefore you're taking out Hitler, So they think it's they have the right to do it, and it's just absolutely insane. This is just absolutely crazy. Huh? What are you talking about, kitty girl? Your brain's whacked out. It's all over the place. Let's see. There are a lot of crazy, deranged people out there. Yeah, there sure are. All right, let's see. Yeah, January 6th has nothing to do with anything. I don't know where you're talking about that. Paulette, big hugs to you, hon. All right. Very cool. Yeah, so in the last, I mean, it's kind of been a weird... The Nancy Guthrie case is one of the craziest cases we've ever covered in true crime. If you just sort of sit back from 1,000, yards away and just kind of look at it and you go, wow. So even if Nancy Guthrie was not the mother of Savannah Guthrie, it would be an interesting case. It's like you have this 84-year-old woman who is just, on January 31st, just chilling out. I guess that would have been, just chilling out and then, having dinner, playing mahjong, and then comes home. And then goes to bed, settles in for the night, and is driven home, and then goes to bed and settles in, and then some nut job, but they're a nut job regardless if they're abduction. We have other theories out there, but they go into the home. They went to the house specifically to abduct Nancy Guthrie. It wasn't a robbery gone wrong. It wasn't anything. All right. It wasn't any of that stuff. It wasn't a robbery gone wrong. It wasn't some sexual assault. It wasn't anything. The person who was at that front door went there to abduct Nancy Guthrie and take her from the home. And then we know and the back doors were likely left open as an escape route. I think it's very possible that he did have a walkie-talkie. That's what we see in the front pocket. And then the walkie-talkie was to communicate with the person that was in the car. The person in the car also acted as a lookout. So after he removed the camera, this person waited for 20 minutes or so, and there's another person somewhere in a car. Hell, they may have even walked over, talked for a few minutes, sat in the car together, whatever. And then after the 20 minutes was up, he walks back over and goes inside the house. Now, I think he probably just hung out near the home and just waited and waited and waited to make sure nobody would show up. And then they go inside the house, and the camera was only removed, the front door camera, prior to that, at 1:47, because that camera was going to film the car that they were going to be pulling up in front of the house. So that's the only reason it was removed. There isn't some secondary reason. There's nothing like that. Just use your brain, common sense, that kind of thing. And so that's why it was removed. Then let's just say that was a walkie-talkie. If it was a walkie-talkie, hold on one second. All right. So if it was a walkie-talkie, then that proves that there's another person. around. There's no reason to bring a walkie-talkie if you don't have another person you're communicating with. So let's say that after the 20 minutes or so is up, they go inside the house, and the person in the car is just waiting. Then they go inside, and probably, like right around 2:15 or so, or maybe even like 2:12 is when the camera in the backyard picked up a human being. So let's say right around like 2:13, 14, or 15, something around there, that's when the confrontation with Nancy Guthrie happens. Law enforcement knows exactly what time that is because her heart rate would have increased dramatically on the monitor inside the bedroom. And then at a certain point, when she, whatever he was doing in there, I don't know. But when he was ready to take her out, that's when a phone call, or not a phone call, the walkie-talkie was used to say, hey, pull the car around. And then that minimizes dramatically the amount of time the car is in front of the house. And then it pulls up, and then he starts taking her out the door. And then at around 2:28 is when she was far enough away from the device in the house where the pacemaker could not communicate anymore with the unit inside her bedroom, since it was Bluetooth directly from her body to that machine. And these people were likely there just for a kidnapping for ransom. Now, I think these might be younger people. They're confident, but they're not like incredibly experienced, like, some hardcore nutjob, wacko killer type. Possibly, and, could be that. That's just a theory that's like a female and a male, right? But it could also be that they're, the thing that we're trying to talk about and try to figure out is, are they from maybe Mexico or something, these people? Did they come over from Mexico? I actually tend to believe they're more of a local, somewhere in Arizona, but not too far away, like within 60, 70 miles or something. I mean, I thought maybe, I don't know. I mean, see, there's been times where I've thought they've lived right around here because they know the area really well. So it could still be that. But there's also other things to consider. Are they somebody that worked on a house in the area and perhaps is, got to know the area while they were working on construction, but they were a migrant worker from Mexico? And then they knew the area. When they came back, they knew the area really well. They knew how to get around on all the streets, because this is a nightmare at night to get around in here. It's absolutely, we've talked about this for months, how when you're driving around at night, you would actually have to know the area to get out of there. And I've compared it to when I went to Moscow, Idaho for the Koberger case. The first time I went there, driving around the routes that Koberger took, I wasn't able to... the first 2 or 3 times I drove around, I'd have to stop, look at my map, and go, oh, yeah, okay, over here. And then about the 4th or 5th time, boom, I could just zip around everything. I could go there right now and drive all around. I know exactly where everything is. And so it stays in your memory, too. So, like, you could leave here. You could be working around Nancy Guthrie's property for 3 months or so, and then leave, and then you would know the property incredibly well. Like, you could leave for 3 years and come back and know how to get there. Now, like I said, I haven't been to Moscow, Idaho in over a year now, probably. And I think I could go right there right now and drive all around and knew exactly where everything is because it's ingrained in my memory. See? That's the thing. Hey, thank you, Wild Bill Wassman and Alley Cake. Yeah, January 6th wasn't a terrorist attack. Who's saying that? Jeez, these people in here are crazy people. Wow. Let's see. Could be someone who grew up in that area, but yeah, it could be that. There's all kinds of things. The one of the things when you say it's just some crew that came in from Mexico, that's very, I don't know. They could live there, but they've spent a lot of time here, in my opinion, because they would have to know that to feel comfortable getting out of there quickly after, or if they had to escape. Like they got to know how to get out of there. You can't just sort of walk around. That was solved, Space Cadet. Yeah. And it was a left-winger. Yeah, you must have missed that part. Let's see. We've got the Tracy Von Brott. Yeah. How's it going? Tracy Von Brott. All right. No, it's not a show about politics today, if you don't mind. We're just trying to. It did solve it, yeah. Right, it was just some totally different person. Yeah. And it was somebody on the left, so wasn't one of the quote protesters. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of where we're at with the, just like, what is this? I believe my what do you call it? The evolution of my thought process on this case was, I remember originally, the first 3 or 4 days, I was like, man, maybe this is like a family member who wanted to get inheritance, because an 84-year-old, etc. But then that, it sort of was in your mind, but it kind of went away after, I think once they put out the picture of the person at the front door, which was just a few days into this, maybe, well, wasn't it like, I don't know, a week or two in or something, 2 weeks maybe? They put that image of the person out there, and that sort of made me kind of, I don't know. And then when they cleared the family, that was it. I mean, and then you see Savannah hugging them, and, if FBI thought the family was involved, Savannah would be on it and would have to be acting by hugging them. That's ridiculous. So from there, I went to the abduction for ransom gone wrong. And I stuck with that for, I don't know, a couple months. And then I thought, maybe this guy's just this nut job, because that answers every question. That's why he sent it to TMZ, because he wanted to look at the, all the stuff going on, like he wanted to watch it unfold on television and know that he's responsible for it, much like an arsonist with a fire, as I've said. All right, so that's where I was at for a couple months too with that one, because it answered every question. It was perfect. You weren't stuck on something. It could have been just somebody that was very obsessed with Savannah and then wanted to hurt her, and then just did this to get a reaction and felt great about it. Hey, Katie girl, you're one of those people. You never came here with an attitude that works. Okay, you came in here with an intent to disrupt the show. Get the hell out of here. Okay, you're an embarrassment to mankind. Jesus, what a joke. You came in here with your stupid little attitude right out of the gate, and you did it on purpose. You won. You got your response that you wanted. Good job. You're amazing. What an idiot. Jesus. All right. They think they could have been a twisted fan. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking for a while, right? And then these ransom notes, the wording on the ransom notes came out. All right, the wording of the ransom notes came out, and they indicated we, there was a we in there. All right. Now remember the walkie-talkie concept that people talked about, like, oh, hey, is there a walkie-talkie? And we talked about it many times, but when you go like this, see, I put a little walkie-talkie in the screen. Doesn't that look very similar to that? Okay. So now that you have the word we and the walkie-talkie, you start going, okay, I think it's more likely than not now that there was a second person that never made it onto camera that we've seen at the scene. And they're likely just probably in the car driving, and then maybe that's a female, like a male-female team, and they're just like, hey, we can get really rich, Bonnie and Clyde type of thing. And so you have a we and a walkie-talkie, and then that's all of a sudden, then it takes it out of the nut job realm. It swung dramatically. So I had it like 60-40 nut job versus ransom gone wrong. And then once those ransom notes, it was like 70-30 I mean, yeah, the nut job, it was 60-40 nut job versus ransom gone wrong. And then 70-30 once those ransom notes were described being the ransom gone wrong versus the nut job theory. So it was way more, way more strength to that at that point. And then we're sitting around, and then out of nowhere, I think there's a man and a woman. I don't think the guy on the camera is a man, but I think there might be a woman. It's just a theory. It wouldn't shock me at all if it's not, like it just doesn't, it's not a big deal. But then they came out with Reuters jumps out and goes, oh man, the ransom notes aren't real. And Reuters is like the pinnacle of journalism respect. You know what I mean? Like they are, it's like Reuters, My God, are you kidding me? So they say that none of the ransom notes are real. But, then we went over it on the show, taking that out of the equation. It just didn't work. It was like, come on, this doesn't work. Hey, well, that's cool. Hey, cool, USMC Mom. I'm going to be covering the trial live if you want to watch it. The preliminary hearing. You should come over and watch it. I actually have 360-degree video, different reenactments that I've done. It's going to be pretty cool. I'll be able to show every single thing that they're talking about. So if you want to come over and watch it, coming up here on this next Monday, actually. Can you believe it? Yeah. Thanks, Six Kids UK and Wild Bill Lossman and Allie K. We're at 1/5 of the goal now. Hey, not too bad in 22 minutes. Yeah, so we're going to be doing the whole preliminary hearing. I think it's 3 full days, like a real trial. And then they even had 2 more days after that. But what's weird about Reuters is like, man, they just nailed, I mean, they're just reporters, right? So, but they hadn't been in this case, so it seemed weird all of a sudden they have this scoop. And so I thought, man, and we try to go over it and try to make it work again, going all the way back to the nut job theory, that she was abducted and nobody's heard a word from. Does that even make sense, by the way? That, like, you have these abductors, and there's no word of any kind whatsoever. There's no reasoning. There's nothing. It's just abduction, and that's it. And nothing was stolen from the home. So it's like, okay, so these people just took her, and then they didn't want anything or anything? They never communicated with anybody? They didn't. Okay, so the thing is, they had these 2 ransom notes, and they got the one ransom note. The first one went to KOLD at another local news outlet. They had it for like 12 hours before they sent the same one to TMZ. And it might have been like, oh, wait, we haven't heard anything, so let's send it to TMZ, and, they're an outlet that might get it out there, because we don't even know if the news station even got these damn things. So they sent it to TMZ. And then, TMZ has got this other person that's been sending them notes too. Now, they may or may not be related to the case in some way. We don't know. They think that that's less likely connected, but they don't know. So, then on the 5th, the same person who sent the first ransom note sent out another ransom note that said these things. It said, Nancy died and was buried in nature. So that means she died, but, we didn't just throw her in the road somewhere. We buried her, whatever. They were trying to make it seem like they respectfully buried her, as if that somehow makes it better. And then it says, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. So it's like we never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. And it could just be like a period, and then that was not our intention. That'd be, you're just sort of repeating yourself there. And that was divulged the other day from Brianna Whitney. Then she perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry. And then in the first note, it's actually, it's mentioned Savannah, like, hello, Savannah. Yeah, literally saying hello, that's a little strange, right? Like, hello, that's, see, that's why it feels like a female is in some of these notes here. And then she will be returned to Tucson, it said also in the first one. So that implies that they have to take her from somewhere that's not in Tucson back to Tucson somewhere and let her go. But that doesn't mean that they're not living in Tucson and just trying to trick, like, okay, we don't live here, so we're there. So law enforcement is looking elsewhere. It could easily be that they live right there. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys got a question or something like that, or a comment that you want to discuss, throw it in the super chat and we can discuss it. But also, if you're watching the channel, if you want to help support the channel, I would appreciate it. We just recently, at the end of this last month, the channel as a whole, out of the income to the channel. So when people send in super chats, and I get ad revenue, and not very much, but when I do get ad revenue, it's all part of the same thing. I take a large portion at the end of the month and donate it to true crime related charities out of the income. It's usually around like between 25 and 35% of the gross income to the channel every single month. And we just hit $300,000 that we've given to true crime related charities. So if you're out there and you like what I do, and you know a little bit of it goes to, or quite a bit, I guess 30%, 35% is pretty big. And any one of you guys, if you want, you can send money into charities all by yourself. I'm not a charity. I'm a YouTube channel that tries to, I try to bring in money to support the channel every single night, and I give away a lot of it. All right, so if you'd like to support the channel, I would appreciate it. Thank you. But $300,000, pretty cool. Every nickel proven on the show, too. It's not like, I don't know, Gray. How do we know? Well, because I showed it on every single show. Thank you, Tracy Von Brott. Freaking love you all, Tracy said. I love you all, too. Do you think that the ransom note writers hearing today was eye-opening in any way? I don't know what you mean. You mean the guy that got he pled guilty? I didn't watch the hearing. I don't know anything about it. Can you send me a link or something? Or that might be interesting. I mean, is it long? Is it a long hearing? Or here's my email. Send me the email of that. I saw the part where the same guy that was, I think he pled not guilty. Now he's pleading guilty again. Okay, then how would I have seen it if it wasn't broadcast? So when you said, when you say the hearing was eye-opening, how did you see it if it's not broadcast? Maybe you can send me a link or something. Yeah, but we're hitting one of those massive lulls, you guys. This is when it's sort of still have the ability to help support the channel. That would be great. Started off pretty good, but if you think about it, since those first two that we got, we've had $20 in the last 30 minutes. That's hard to make it. Okay, so he didn't have to do any jail time. I saw that he said something about what he could get. Like it was I think it was like, what was it? $250,000 fine, and I figured he wouldn't get all that. How come you're not a channel member there, Lori? Yeah, but I mean, I don't understand what the comment up above was more about. It was eye-opening. How? I mean, what do you mean? I saw Croatia got screwed. I didn't even see that ball hit that guy's head when they showed it in slow-mo. The ball didn't change any rotation or anything. I know, but what does the 5 years probation have to do with anything? What you said was more like, I can't find it now. Okay, who's going to do a challenge of some sort? We're getting killed in here. I don't know. You just wrote a fake ransom note, I guess, at some point. Thank you, Alley Cake.
Thanks, great.
Yeah, my channel, we don't get, there's not enough viewers to get good ad revenue on live streams, so I need the support from people watching. Yeah. He wasn't connected anyway. It was, I guess. Huh? Oh, okay. You're saying he wasn't connected. Yeah. I just think he was one of the people that tried to get some money out of it, which is weird. I mean, wouldn't you know that if you get caught, like, that's not going to be good for you? It's pretty weird. Yeah, so anyways, we had this, Reuters coming out there. And then, Brian Enton, I always think of Nate Eaton, Brian Enton. But Brian Enton, he's always said that his sources say they don't know, etc. So he's like right in the middle, right? Like, who knows? Then TMZ got a hold of the FBI because I guarantee you guys this, that, hey, look at that. Wild Bill Wasserman's trying for a wave, okay? Let's see if we can do that. I guarantee you this, that TMZ's source with the FBI is much more credible than the source that Brian Enton or Reuters has. You know why? Because he has ransom notes that they have looked at. His IT department has communicated with them to try to determine who these people are. He's talking to the real deal, the people right inside. Okay? That's who he's talking to. So, Harvey, here's the thing is, I understand, I get it. TMZ is not, they are sort of a tabloidy, not just sort of, that's what they are. They just do everything sensationalistic, etc. They've even done some pieces in this case that are sensationalistic and very irresponsible, like with the person that had the 2 backpacks. They virtually manipulated the information to try to sell that was the person. It was absolutely ridiculous. However, every time that they've ever spoken, Harvey at least, about the ransom notes, I think he's been absolutely genuine. And he would be because he's working with the FBI on that. And he only gets to say what they allow him to say. And he is... I've never felt like when he's talked about the ransom notes that he wasn't telling us exactly what he's observing. Never had that thought. I've seen it on other elements, though. Okay, so he said he doesn't know if the ransom notes are real. He said that, but they are looking at him. They're looking at him. He's said that a million times. We've all heard him say it. They're looking at it. And then, because of what Reuters said, he got a hold of his source, the source that's way better than any of theirs. And they told him, we believe it's more likely than not that those are real. You know what I believe? I think that they believe that they're real. I don't even think that they believe it's more likely than not. I think they believe they are genuine ransom note from the abductors. That's what I think. I think they absolutely believe it. And that's why they're investigating it it's not just maybe, blah, blah, blah. They really think that those ransom notes are real. Okay? 100%. Hey, thanks, Bamager. And that's why they're investigating it. So if you look at this, I think it's really important to look at this. Again, right here it says, other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate. Now, they say may in here, just a sort of CYA kind of stuff like, well, just by the off chance that they're not real, we just said they may be real. And then right here it says, this case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. That's the key line in this. I said this yesterday. To say it absolutely is. The fact that they're saying this case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom means that they got credible ransom notes, and that's how they know it's a kidnapping for ransom. If there was no request for ransom, how in God's name would you ever call it a kidnapping for ransom case? Somebody got abducted, you don't know what the reason is because you haven't heard a word from them. But they got a ransom note that they believe is 100% credible, in my opinion. They absolutely believe it, and that's why they're investigating it as a kidnapping for ransom. And when I say 100, I think it's probably like 99. You know, they have that one. Well, it's possible that somebody guessed at something, but that person said what was in, like the watch was on the ground in the room. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman, Tracy Von Brott, 6 Kids UK, Wisconsin Cat Mom, Allie Kate, Karen 77, and Bama Girl. Now we just got to keep those going, and then all of a sudden we might reach the goal at some point. Because right now we are at about, let's see, we were at 1/5, and now we are at like a little over 34% or something. Thank you. So like a third, well, actually less than a third. So it's more like 32%. We barely got to the goal yesterday, so let's try to keep something going along. I got 250 joules. I think that is equivalent to, what is that? $1.25. Thank you. So what do you guys think about what I've just been saying? I think that the FBI absolutely believes that these are, you don't have to apologize, Jason, where people aren't going, hey, where's Jason? Wait, where's Jason? Hey, where's Wild Bill Wassman? Hey, he's not here yet. What's going on? What's going on? When you have time to come in, you just come in. No reason to apologize, nothing. But you should go back and listen to the beginning of the show. Yeah, so when I think that this case is, the FBI from early on believed in 100% that those first 2 ransom notes were legit. They just aren't going to tell you that to the public because they need an out in case by some off chance they're not real. They need an out, just like they just said in this one when they said, let's see, this case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. But up here it said, let's see, other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate. Now, they say may because they can't say 100%, right? They can't say that. They don't want to say it because it'll make them look bad if it turns out it's not that. I mean, imagine if this note said right here, other ransom demands have come in and we believe them to be absolutely legitimate ransom notes. In fact, that is why we are investigating and have been investigating this case as a ransom case. Then you'd be like, oh my God, they got it. And then all of a sudden, let's say one day, oh my God, it was something else. They go, oops. They don't want to have to be able to say oops. So what they do is they intentionally put in stuff that, wording that gives them an out in the future. What do you guys think of that? I think that is exactly what we're looking at here. And I think what they told Harvey privately is getting more in that direction. Or I guess it's not, well, he told us what they said, but they said it's more likely than not real. Okay, so when you're starting to say that, and then this one may be real, now we know that they absolutely believe that those are real. Okay, they know for certain. They have there's stuff in there that they have looked at and realized that only the person that was there would have known those things. All right, and so the thing is at this point, unless the FBI comes out with another thing that completely debunks, I'm not going to even discuss any other options other than abduction for ransom gone wrong. That's it. All right? Because there isn't any other, I mean, you could say abduction for ransom for hire, okay, but the thing is, it is abduction for ransom. Okay? It's an abduction for ransom, and that is exactly, and it all makes sense. You know, if you hear anybody on YouTube say nothing's adding up, they're full of shit, okay? It makes sense. Think about it like right here. I mean, just the second letter that came out. That second letter it doesn't make sense on a rando person. The nut job theory. So then, you know the nut job theory that we came up with? That's why when these ransom notes were revealed, I was like, shit, man. That wipes out our nut job theory. You know, basically to the point where I was 70-30 and, you know, just hoping, you know, maybe something will come around, but I don't really care about that. It's more about let's get it right, you know. And so the second ransom note, as you guys have known, I've been saying for a long time that there's just a big problem with that thing. A nut job would have absolutely no reason to write that second one, because that means the first one would have been fake. And look what they were trying to do there. Oh, we're going to kill her. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And they were never going to give her back. So in the nut job theory, she was dead. And they were just looking for the reaction of the public and just get really excited. And then all of a sudden you write this one that's like, oh, you know, you couldn't have done anything and feel bad. No way. Those kind of people do not feel bad. Somebody who's doing an abduction for ransom, I think if they're, you know, sort of younger, they planned it out really well. They felt really confident about it. And the whole time they thought, okay, we'll give her back, but let's see if we can get some money. It's worth the risk, you know. And then she died, and they didn't want her to die. That's not what they wanted, and they could have legitimately felt bad about that. See, what's weird is when you say that, people go, oh, I disagree, man. They're freaking nut jobs. They're crazy. Okay, yeah, you have to be a little crazy to do a ransom, but just try to think about it differently in your own mind. Just think about, let's say there's people, they're like 27, 28-year-olds. One of them's a female. She's, you know, the Bonnie of the Clyde. And then they, they do this. She's the driver of the car. And then maybe he drives and she sits in the back with her and kind of, whatever the hell it is, controls her. And then they take her somewhere. And then she dies. It might have been sort of weirdly traumatic for them, because they're like, oh my God, we didn't expect any of this to happen. And then they did a Hail Mary with the ransom note. I mean, the first ransom note, the timing of it is interesting because it came out on the, I think it was the 2nd. That's right, on the 2nd, and I guess it was like 6:48 or something in the evening, according to Ashley Banfield. So that would mean it came out about 40 hours later after the abduction. So that's the thing. It came out about 40 hours later, and if they said that she died shortly after, I would imagine she wasn't alive. So the guy, he probably, they created, because it says, hello Nancy, or no, hello Savannah, I mean. So it's like, hello, Savannah. So that's sort of female-ish sounding. So maybe they wrote it together. They tried to get, just a chance in hell to get a ransom without verification. And once that was asked for in the messages that Savannah put out, because remember Savannah put that one out saying, yeah, we need to have verification, but we know about AI. Remember that one? And so after that, they realized we're not going to be able to do this. So then they sent that next note out, and it said that they, just what we just read. All these different things. Let's see. It said, Nancy died and was buried in nature. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry. And then never heard from him again. That's exactly what somebody would do if they felt bad. Okay? That's it. Now, does it make the case less interesting if they felt bad? It's like people, that's the part that's really frustrating in the true crime world. If you don't sit there and completely destroy and act like you're morally superior, then all of a sudden people get angry. Okay? I think it makes sense that there's some people that might do a kidnapping for ransom, that if it went horribly wrong like this, because that was never their intention, that they would feel bad about it. They didn't want her to die. That's not what they intended to do. They intended to extort money from the rich daughter. That's it. All right? Doesn't that make sense, everybody? I don't know, Gray. I think these people are mean as hell. I do. I said the same thing. Because somebody feels bad about something doesn't mean they're not. See, I'm arguing with myself, but I see these same things every single day. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Here, hold on a second. I got to remove these. I got these different text files open over here. What's this one? Yeah, okay, hold on. Oh, that was from yesterday. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I have my information on these things, and the trolls are like, "Oh, hey, did you see Gray was communicating with that one person?" They're crazy people, Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman and Music Fan 100 or 1001 or L101 or whatever the hell you want to call it. All right, doesn't that look like that's the same thing right there, though? I mean, something like that exactly, sticking out of that pocket. It's a little different, shine and angle and everything, but the size and everything looks very similar. So I think it's more likely now that they say it's an abduction gone wrong that is a walkie-talkie. Don't you agree? If it was a scanner, you can still do an abduction that went wrong as an individual. Okay, that's a possibility. Then you'd have a scanner. Okay, so I can't say that that's not a possibility. It could be a scanner and it's one single person, but man, doesn't it make a hell of a lot of sense that they had a second person moving the car around? What are you referring to at, Davey? Dave? Ah. Hey, thanks, Karen. Oh, we got a challenge in here? I don't see it. Cool. Thank you. Wild Bill Wassman. He did 777 in honor of Karen 777. That's pretty good. All right. So, anyways, what do you guys think about what I've been saying here tonight? Does it make sense? I mean, I am full on now that it is a. I don't have any doubt. I mean, I guess you always have to have some doubt, but I feel really positive that this is an abduction for ransom that went wrong, which is again, one of the two main theories I've had the whole time. The other one is just I've never considered the burglary gone wrong. That makes no sense at all. I mean, I don't even know why that's even a theory. They took nothing from the home except Nancy, and so, well, it's true, Gray, but the item they stole was Nancy. Well, that's an abduction, you idiot. Oh, okay. There you go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the thing is that they took nothing from the home, but Nancy was taken from the house. You get it? Nancy was taken from the house. And that's it. I mean, what else is it going to be? It's not a robbery gone wrong. But here's the thing. See, that's what's so incredible, you guys. When you take away the Reuters article, when you take Reuters article at its complete meaning, that there is the ransom notes are all bogus, it changes everything. See, Reuters absolutely blew it. Their source was absolutely wrong. And that's really bad for Reuters, especially since they weren't really doing this case. They jump in there, we got a scoop, everybody, and really bad for them. That was really stupid. I wouldn't be surprised if whoever put that out there, well, you know what, the truth is they had a source in there, and they were led the wrong way, okay? Yeah, but they absolutely, they got it wrong. But when that came out, think about it at this point. So once all of the ransom notes are deemed to be BS, isn't it weird at that point? How do you even, what's the case now? You just look at it and go, okay, she was abducted from the house, the camera was removed because a car was going to pull up. Then when the car pulled up, Nancy was moved into the vehicle and taken away, and we haven't heard a word from anybody since. So what was the point at that point then? Okay, so then you start going, wow, a whole bunch of things now. Okay, that brings back in the sexual assault angle, which is literally a thing. It sounds kind of crazy, but it's a thing. It brings that angle in. They had to take her body away because they left, material inside of her, which is, I don't want to get too graphic there. So they would have to take her body out of, get her, she walked out on her own, but they got her out of there. And then, so there's that angle. And then you might start going, okay, so they did it, it's a hired hit of some sort. And we're just, somebody's going to stumble upon her body at some point in the desert somewhere. And then ransom, it's like it sucked when that happened. You remember that? We were just sitting around just going, oh my God, where do we go? This is ridiculous. Now we're back to reality again. It makes a hell of a lot more sense now. The whole thing. And it's great to have the verification because that means the stuff that we were talking about was very, on the money more recently once those ransom letters came out. And then it was like that before about 2 or 3 months ago, but then we started talking about the nut job theory, but always keeping the ransom gone wrong as part of another main theory. Yeah, Bengal Cat Chili thinks it might have been aliens. That's, that's real sharp. Oh, yeah, that's... Thank you, Karen. Yeah, I think it might be a boyfriend-girlfriend team. That's just sort of how I look at it. I know a lot of people, maybe talk about... Do you guys think that they came from over the border? I mean, it's sort of the interesting angle of coming over the border is that if you go to Nancy's home over here, and then that's not her house, it's right here. You go here, and then there was this construction going on right there, not too long ago. So if you go back, I think if you go to Google Earth here, there's nothing there. That's July, February, November, February. So that's February 2024. You know, I don't. And the thing is, there's a huge skip in there. So it looks like they got it done by 11/24. But, you know, they worked there for a while. Now, maybe there was somebody who was like a migrant worker, came from over the border, worked there, and knew the area really good because he was working there for a month or so. And then, which part, Wild Bill? You guys we're always on a delay, so I can't tell when somebody says, I believe that too, or think that. Oh, the aliens? Yeah. All right, who's going to do a challenge in here? It'll get us closer. So right now we only have 9 gifted memberships. We are at about 40% now. Cross from Mexico because they mentioned the person asking for U.S. currency. Where? How do you know that? I don't remember anything about... And there wasn't... When you say both letters, there weren't any. And both letters be spoken in the same language? What? I believe they are Hispanic and are across from Mexico because they mention the person asking for U.S. currency and both letters be spoken in the same... I don't know what you're referring to there. We don't have any of that information in the letters. And both letters be spoken? What do you mean both letters be spoken? Yeah, so the thing is, if it is here's what I'll tell you. If it's somebody from Mexico, I think the only angle that makes sense is that it is like a migrant worker who was doing construction on one of the various homes out here, you know, specifically the one right across the street from her. And then over the months that they worked there, if you're going with that angle, right, they got to know the area really well. The only reason I don't think it's, you know, somebody over there that would think like that, because that's more like cartel-y, you know, sort of like, oh, you're from Mexico, you know, and you're planning this thing. And then the second ransom note seems too kind for somebody like that. Doesn't that bother you a little bit? So even if we do you know, it's a migrant worker who, you know, got to know the area really well, found out Nancy, you know, who Nancy was somehow, and then when they came back, they knew the area really well, so it was almost like they lived there, and they were able to do it. But then what's the deal with the second note, you know, at that point? That seems kind of a little bit weird. Yeah, you think only one's over there? So maybe they're dating somebody over here. Or maybe there are 2 guys, I guess. Yeah, maybe the female lives in there. Yeah. Yeah, they could have been dating or something, I guess. Or hooked, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're trying to make something work, right? Well, yeah, see, when we start getting too, you know, like, okay, yeah, like I said, now the girl lives here, and then the guy's over there, and, you know, it's like trying to you know, thread something through a needle, you know. What happened? They are bumbling fools. Who? Oh yeah, and if you're somebody who hasn't watched my channel anymore, I don't think that the person at the front door is a bumbling fool. Like, you hear this all the time from these these FBI people and the big time podcasters, you know, the ones that are like the huge channels that come from networks, etc. They all say the same thing over and over and over again. I don't think he's stupid at all. I think the guy looks absolutely relaxed and comfortable, and you know, he just knew, okay, I got to remove that camera. Let's see, and he probably didn't want to use a a screwdriver because his DNA is on the screwdriver. You know, people always say stuff like that. He did it perfectly. Think about this. He goes up there. He's got gloves on, so he touches it with the glove and probably goes, "Oh, I don't want to rip the glove." And then he goes over and grabs a plant, curves it into like a loop, and then he goes over there and he pulls the damn thing off. Now there's no DNA at all on that thing. Even a chance of it. Yeah, the plant thing doesn't even seem stupid to me. We all wanted it to be like that at the beginning, but now when you sort of analyze what he's doing, he knew he had to remove the camera because the car was going to pull up. He goes up to it, and then he thought, there's some sharp edges on that. I don't want to rip my gloves. Let's see, what do we got around? He improvised. That's what smart people do, improvisation. But anyways, I guess it's possible that the person does, the guy at the door is from Mexico, and then there's another person that lives there. But, I don't know. That just seems like gets kind of complicated. I mean, it kind of makes sense, though, right? Then you could then take her you'd have to take her back over the border to hold her. Is that where they're coming from when they say we'll bring her back to Tucson? I don't know. I think they're more locally connected. I'm not sure. I don't know. What do you guys think overall? Do you guys think? I mean, I think it is interesting that there was construction going on, and a lot of the people that do drywall and roofing, etc., are usually like a lot of times migrant workers, and they're doing that kind of stuff, especially this close to the border. I'm sure it's like even more common. I mean, even in Oregon where I live, that's basically all they are working on there. Yeah, I mean, we last night we figured out that the Bitcoin trickery is a little easier in Mexico, I guess. But hey, guys, any chance you guys could help support the channel? We got to keep on trucking here. Massive lull again. So we need somebody out there to do a challenge of some sort. See if we can do that. That'd be great. And by the way, Jim, thanks for your nice words when you called in last night. That was cool. I don't know. I mean, the people do have dark hair. All right, so let's take a look at some of this, like this one here with Harvey and Garagos.
About a month ago.
Okay.
And I said...
Hold on, let me start over.
I called the FBI about a month ago.
Okay.
And I said, look, I may be really naive here, and I don't know, but I keep asking you guys, is this guy a kook? Is he a fraudster? And you tell me you don't know, but you also say you're really trying to track him down. And, it's like you're not dismissing it. And I just got this feeling it might be true. So what if we do a documentary and we actually pay the Bitcoin into the account?
This whole documentary thing, I don't know why he keeps pumping that out there like it's some great novel idea. To me, it sounds ludicrous. Hey, guy, I know you're trying to keep secret, but let's do a documentary, man. Now, what you do is you come on and give me a break. Do you guys see anything of value? I mean, I've heard him explain it 50 times. It just seems ridiculous. This documentary thing. What do you guys think about that?
To trigger this and follow where it leads us. And obviously we'll work with you. So this was about a month ago. And the first reaction I got was, well, that's kind of interesting. Let us run it up the flagpole. And I called them back a couple of days later, and they said, we're still talking about it.
Or he just watched Tombstone, Jason.
it. And then I kind of got ghosted
You like
for
Doc,
almost
you like Doc Holliday.
a month. And I called back a half dozen times, and they never returned my call. And I just figured, okay,
When you say they didn't
FBI.
return the call, the FBI. So have you responded? Is this an interactive relationship, or are you not able to respond to what he sends you?
I can't respond, but we respond in a different sort of way, and I'll tell you in a minute. But let me just say, a couple of days ago, the FBI did call me, and they said, well, look, they knew about what I had requested, and they said, look, we feel we're closer to finding this person. And they said this person might actually be a woman. And that's all they said. They didn't say why they thought that. But
that's interesting they said that, because if I was going to ask you if there was any indicia that this was a female.
He's using he uses a man's name.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
No, I know.
Right.
But then
He uses a man's name, so he actually puts a name in these letters?
They said on the documentary thing to stand down, that they were working on it. And I said, fine. And so because...
I mean, I don't even understand his documentary idea.
There were these stories that had come out this week that,
Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Come on, you guys. We need to keep moving along. We're not even at 50% yet. And it makes it really tough when we have these huge lulls, because then there's no momentum later. So we're just trying to keep things moving along this month. Last month we donated $3,000. It got up to $300,000. And I need your guys' support on the channel. All right? This is what I don't like having to do, is ask 15,000 times. I just need people to support the channel, knowing what we do here, okay?
The second ransom
really
note said that Nancy had died. It seems like that's what triggered this guy into sending
so that
this.
we understand, this person did not tell you that Nancy is dead?
Well, he is essentially, he told us that. I'm going to call him he just because that's what we've... he told us this early on. At one point he said, essentially, time is of the essence, and then in a follow-up email said, time is no longer of the essence.
Yeah.
And how early or how long after?
A week.
You know what's interesting is I remember that. You guys remember that when that whole thing came out, when he says, time is no longer of the essence, meaning she's not alive anymore. That almost seems like the timing he said that was pretty close to the time, within days of when Nancy would have died. So it's almost like they had that information. Thanks, Wild Bill and Alley Cake. Who's going to do the challenge?
Disappears. A week. Okay.
So yeah, he has essentially told us over time that she was dead. And again, we've been sending all of these to the FBI, and they have spent a lot of time with my IT team, a lot of time, and multiple FBI agents who have been trying to crack the code of both this guy's email and the first kidnapping note. They've spent a lot of time with our team. As far as I know, they were not able to crack it. I know that until a month ago, they certainly were not able to crack it. I don't know what they've done with this guy.
Is this guy the one that, remember when Savannah did that really tugs at your heartstrings, emotion-laden,
right?
Yeah.
Please bring us back. And there was two interpretations. One was she wanted the remains. The other,
Now he's making it confusing, because that's not how she worded it. The second one, the message where she said, we understand now, we just need her body back so we can celebrate her life. That one, that's what we've been saying here the whole time anyways. And so that's the one he's talking about. But the way he worded it, you could almost interpret as one of the first ones. That's why Harvey's got that look on his face.
Our people who wanted to be positive or think positively were interpreting it differently. Is this guy the one that you believe?
There shouldn't have been any other way to interpret that message from Savannah. If your brain works and it functions, it was really obvious what that meant. Just after hearing it like 2 or 3 times, it's just so clear.
Believe was saying that she's already gone?
No, the reason that Savannah, that's a really important point. There was the first ransom note said she was safe but scared. We received that, as did two Tucson television stations. The second note was only sent to one of the Tucson television stations. And what came out this week is in that second note, which was sent 5 or 6 days after the kidnapping, it said she was dead. And they were basically saying, you know, we didn't do it, she died. And it was that second ransom note from the kidnappers. We know both notes were written by the same people because it was the same, it had the same Bitcoin address for the ransom. So it was that second note that said she was dead. And yes, that weekend, on I believe it was Saturday night, is when Savannah came out with that really heart-wrenching statement where she said, bring us back, bring us to our mother so we can bring her home.
Yeah, the second note came out on, I think, the 5th, and then the 7th was Savannah's message. The one that she said, you know, we need to have her back so we can celebrate her life, and we'll have peace because we'll know where she is.
And celebrate. That felt to me back then like they knew she had died. When you say, bring her back so we can celebrate.
The Bitcoin address given by notes 1 and number 2 only going to one station, is a different Bitcoin address than the Bitcoin address in this note that we're talking about today.
Yeah, and the reason we know that this note today is the same as, is written by the same.
This must have been yesterday then.
The same person, is that the last one we received before this one, the last one we received said, well, I'm not going to get in touch with you anymore. I'm going to deactivate the Bitcoin account. And we never published the Bitcoin.
So he's talking about that other guy that keeps emailing him. I don't know if message 2 actually had the Bitcoin address on it because it wasn't looking for money. I don't know how they're connecting 1 and 2, to be honest with you. They have. They know that 1 and 2 are from the same people. But I don't know how they know that. Because I don't know why you would, I mean, other than for verification reasons, put it on the second one, but I'm not sure they would think like that.
So in this note, he says, I have a new Bitcoin address that you can send this money to. And then he references the old one just to show it's the same guy. And we never published that Bitcoin address, and it is the exact same one.
Have you published any of these notes?
We haven't published the notes in full. We've quoted from them.
Have you even shown anything indicia of it?
No, we've never shown any of the notes. But
Well, shouldn't we show a little bit of this?
hey, Garrett goes, all right, he was trying, man. He tried to get it out there.
Well, I mean, I've read a lot of this.
But why don't you show the damn thing at this point?
This to you, and you know, when he says, look, if you send me the Bitcoin, that I will let you know where this.
Hey guys, we really need to get a challenge going here. Struggling.
Phone is, and it's in a safe location that's easily accessible. If you are guided to it. To me, that feels like a safe deposit box. And he says that the phone is turned off, but I will lead you to that safe deposit box and give you the password so you can access the phone. So
hey, it's 5 Are you still working your angle on that guy, or are you now coming around to the abduction for ransom gone wrong? Do you think your guy would send in an apology note? Just wondering.
So that's what he says. Now,
so if this guy is not a woman, is not a fraudster, I think I said this to you once before, and I would hopefully they're listening or hear it. Why don't they just go to a lawyer and have the lawyer work on a contingency to broker the information, which then keeps the anonymity of the client and allows the information to get wherever. You don't even have to rely on a Bitcoin. A lawyer can keep the money in a trust account pending the confirmation of the information.
See, all this little lawyery shit, it doesn't, come on. I mean, the FBI is going to be able to break that.
Or the phone or whatever else it is. I don't know why they make it so cloak and dagger when there seems to be a rather simple way to navigate this.
That's actually a really interesting idea. And he certainly hasn't raised it. And one of the reasons he might
Maybe he
not
will tomorrow, yeah. Get a hold of Garagos. Let me set this up.
want to do that is if he's a fraudster.
Right. And so that's what tends to lead me to believe that the person is a fraud.
I don't know, man. I think the stuff that the concerns... See, Harvey here in a minute, he explains why he thinks the guy might be a fraudster, but I think the things that the person is concerned about are absolutely legitimate, you know?
Because otherwise, go to a lawyer who's got it.
But anyways, thanks, 55555.
Attorney-client privilege with you, who has a trust account that
We need a challenge,
you can
you guys.
receive
We've had
whatever
none.
funds and not have to disclose, meaning not have to disclose to the general public, so to speak, and then let the lawyer broker this deal so that you can then take that information and if you have some interest in getting this solved, that's the way to solve it.
Okay, I will double down with you on that and say there is more evidence he's a fraudster, and then after I tell you what that evidence is, then I'll tell you why he might not be a fraudster. So,
oh my goodness!
Okay.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm going to get my fraudster whiplash.
You are going to get you are going to get fraudster whiplash.
Let's first go towards doubling down on fraud.
Okay, let's do that. So you had asked me earlier, is this one-way communication or are we able to communicate with him? We cannot send him emails or anything like that. That is a one-way street. That we don't have any ability to do that, never have. However, we have a website and we have television shows and we have social media. And on all of those, we have said things really directly to him. And I said something to him early today after getting this email. And I said, look, you could be an absolute scammer and show there's a reason the FBI and the Guthrie family hasn't paid you. So it's got to give them pause that you're the real, whether you're the real deal or not. So what about this? Send us, and this is the way we've communicated with him. I put this on social media and on the website today. And I said, send us a screen grab from the video of Nancy Guthrie. Something. Just a...
Yeah, see, that's a ludicrous, you know, if you're somebody out there, you just hear that, go, yeah, why not?
A screen grab that shows you the real deal. And we will immediately forward it to the FBI. And I would assume if they think it's real, they're going to pay the money. So a couple hours after we posted that, he sent another email saying, I'm not going to do that because the metadata will lead them directly to me.
That's absolutely real. Now, you might be able to find some little software program out there that removes the metadata or changes it out or something like that. But, you know, if you don't know about those programs, you might go, wow, I can't send you a screenshot because it does do that. I actually tried it over here. I did a screen grab using Snagit, grabbed the screenshot, and then it says it has the name of my PC in the metadata. Okay, so you know it doesn't really work like that. But hey, guys, any chance you guys can help support the channel? We're back to that. We're right back to the same sort of thing that we seem to always be getting into. We need to try to reach the goals on the channel so we can keep doing what we've been doing. So if you have the ability to help support the channel, we've had no challenges tonight, so it'd be great to have somebody do one of those.
And I'm not going to take that chance. So that made me think, this guy's full of it.
Right.
No, he was actually telling...
Once again,
no, he wasn't,
you could show it...
He wasn't, though. He was telling you the truth.
...to a lawyer confidentially. The lawyer can take a look. The lawyer...
Yeah, show it to him. A lawyer in Mexico is going to go, yeah, I won't tell anybody.
Does not have to access the metadata. but the lawyer can then do a reverse proffer to the FBI or the authorities. The lawyer could also, if you're worried about being apprehended or if you're worried about your liability, so to speak, then they can do, if it turns out to be true and you're not a fraudster, they can work out some kind of...
Look, I understand people not liking Harvey Levin and not liking Garagos, whatever the hell it is. All I can tell you is, in the Nancy Guthrie case, regarding the ransom notes, I think Harvey has been absolutely telling us the truth about his his interaction with the ransom notes. Right?
Of an arrangement for you.
That's right. Okay, so that's
now,
my doubling
what
down.
Leads you,
I know.
What leads
so we
you
can
to,
spend all day talking about how we don't like him and doing all this kind of stuff. It's a complete waste of time to do that. Who cares?
You to the other. Where's the whiplash on the other angle?
So I send these 2 emails today to the FBI, and they are saying we're on it. We're on it.
Wow.
You know, it's like stop sending us these stupid emails. And I'm not getting that. And so I'm just really confused. Why are they spending time on this guy if they don't believe that he might be legit?
I mean, they could be just trying to track him down to arrest him, but they must feel like they're spending a lot of time on him because they sort of feel like he knows something, so they're trying to catch that guy. Have you guys noticed in the chat we're on a massive lull in here? What do I need to do to get you guys? We need to get super chats in here. You can leave a question, make a comment, do something, gift some channel memberships to people who can't afford it, etc. But we gotta keep on trucking in here. You guys keep relegating me to having to ask instead of just continuing. You guys know what we do here, so if you could please help support the channel, that'd be great. Thank you.
But on the other hand, if they think he even might be legit, why not roll the dice on 60 grand, which in the greater scheme of things...
Yeah, we've all said that a million times.
It's not going to break the bank, but if they're spending this much time trying to figure out who he is, then roll the dice on this thing. Because the guy... there was a point, Mark, where, I don't know, a month in, I did a social media post, again, the only way we could contact this guy, and I just said, look, the FBI literally asked me to do this social post and say to you that if this is a scam, they will find you, they will charge you, they will prosecute you, and they will send you to prison.
Hey, thank you. Oh, very kind of you. Look at that. We got the old UFO alien abduction of the cattle mutilations in crop circles. Always have to support your work. Well, thank you. Tom Pascal. Or Tom Aschel. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know anybody named Tomp with a P, but man, if I had a kid, I'd name him Tomp. That's pretty funny. Anyways, thank you. Oh, shit.
And they had actually asked me to say that. And I did. And he sent me an email back saying, I am well aware that anybody who pulls a scam like this can be prosecuted and sent to prison. I am not doing that. So look, I don't know, but I mean, if 0 to 100, 100 is he's telling the truth and 0 is no credibility. Where are you on the spectrum?
Oh, right now, until you give me some other piece of information that I didn't have 8 minutes ago, I'm giving it about a 65%, a 65 out of 100.
Is that worth rolling? Is that worth rolling the dice?
Yeah, I think that is worth rolling the dice.
So they think that the secondary ransom guy is 65%, huh? It's weird, too, because, well, you know what's weird? So it's like Harvey, when he talked to his source, they said that they are more likely than not the first one is real, which actually means that they 100% believe that one's legit. And then they said that the second one, it could be real, but they don't know. I think that means that that's the one that is likely real, more likely than not. But they're trying to like squash the enthusiasm, make it a little bit less like, yes, this is it type of thing, so that they have an out in case somehow it's not the ransom. That's what they're doing. But I think they 100% believe that the ransom notes are legit, the first one. And that's why they've been working on this as a ransom case since the beginning, because they got those right away and they knew that. And the FBI, I mean, just think about how this actually went down. You know, she was abducted, and then the very next day, on the first she was abducted, really. And then the very next day, a ransom note comes in, exactly what you would expect. Except Nancy died. We didn't know that. Nobody here knew that. But the FBI got that note. And that's when you started seeing the Nancy and her family coming forward. I think it was in intentional messages to the very person who sent that first note. That's exactly how it went. But Nancy's not alive at this point. So they put those messages out, and then it did have a, it did mean something, because then those people got it, and then they sent a second note, but it wasn't a ransom note. It was sort of the apology note. Now, there's still people out there who report that the second one wasn't an apology. I don't know where the hell you're getting that from, because it says right here, we are truly sorry. It does say that at the end. It doesn't mean any, they're the ones that killed. All right? And so they put that in there because they weren't able to fulfill the verification, because she's already been buried at this point. When they sent this message out, so I bet you it went like this. Nancy died, I would say between, let's say 5 in the morning on the 1st and, midnight that day. So on the 1st, she's dead. Then on the 2nd, out of an attempt, and what they did at let's say midnight on the 1st, that's when they went out and buried her somewhere. So early morning on the 2nd, she's being buried somewhere out in the desert. Then later in the afternoon, they give an attempt at trying to get a ransom anyways, just off of, hey, we've got her, here's some information that only the person would know, hoping that would be enough. They thought that would be enough to get the money. And then they see this message from Savannah and the family saying, hey, we got your message. However that went down, but they said, we need to have verification. And once that, they saw how sad they were too. And then I think there was another message that came out even after that. And then on the 5th, they quit trying to get the ransom. And on the 5th, they sent out this one because one of them felt bad because they didn't mean to kill her. They just wanted to get the money. And they sent in this note here. That's what makes the most sense, you guys. It just seems to absolutely make sense. Now, if you want to try to make it more sinister because you don't like, there's this person and that one because it's more entertaining and stuff, you can go ahead and do that. But that's what makes sense. She wasn't alive, and they knew it, and they just tried to get something, and they weren't able to get it. So then one of them, maybe try to cover themselves a little bit in case they get caught saying, yeah, it was an accident. But also at the same time, the sentence saying nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. That's really an attempt to help Savannah feel a little bit better. That even if they'd send a ransom in, it wouldn't have worked, because by the time they sent that note in, Nancy was already dead. Right? Doesn't that make a hell of a lot of sense? All right, you guys, we're still waiting for somebody to do a challenge in here. We're barely over 50% currently. What is their stake in keeping whereabouts? Because if they find her body, there might be something, almost every single time a body's found, they find something related to the killer, a fiber, a hair, something that leads back, and they don't want to risk that. So they might not say anything. So that's the reality of it. Okay? That's it. They tried to get the money the first time on the second when they sent it in. I think they'd already buried Nancy by this time because they're not going to spend any time with a person dead around. They probably were just in shock. They go, come on, we got to go. So sometime on the late in the evening, maybe early morning on the second, they buried Nancy somewhere. And then they came home, and then they crafted a ransom note telling them things that they knew, like maybe what she was wearing, and who the hell knows where the watch was found on the ground, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that was what they thought would be enough to prove, and so wanted to get the ransom, but they weren't giving it to them because the FBI must have told them to verify that they have her. That was a mistake. Okay. Because then maybe it could have tracked them and, wouldn't have saved Nancy, however. And then after that, the few messages that Nancy and the family put out in between that time frame, that's when, kind of got to one of them. Maybe the female portion, if you believe one was a female. Man, I was so hoping we'd have one of those nights where it just flows the whole time and we're okay. But here we are again. I have to keep asking. Can you guys please help support the channel? We are only at 50% right now. We're trying to keep things rolling along this month. So if you can please help support the channel by buying gifted channel membership, super chats, whatever the hell it is, that would be fantastic. I think I do a good job here. And, if you think the same thing, I would appreciate it. All right, so please have that not go in one ear and out the other. All right, that'd be great. And we've already talked about the AI thing. We tried to do it. It doesn't work. And by the way, the way to make this thing really work is you go to Google, and then you go to Google Translate, because that's how somebody would do it. They wouldn't use, I don't think they would use AI. Because I think you'd be, I don't know, who the hell knows? Maybe you would use AI. But if you don't have AI and you're not used to using AI, you would think somebody that used crypto might not have used AI, though. But you can just go to Google Translate, and never once does it suggest the word perish, no matter what word you type in Spanish. So I don't think that angle works. I just don't.
I got a couple questions for you.
So look, and then here's Garagos on with Brian Enton.
Any son of a criminal defense lawyer is a friend of mine. As a son of and a father of a defense lawyer, I feel like it's a generational duty. So
yeah, thank you. I try to keep that a secret sometimes, but
I know, because it would ruin your true crime fandom. I know they don't want you as the spawn of Satan. I get it.
Yeah. I'm very proud of my dad. So, I wanted to ask you a few things. First, I wanted to start with where you're at on these Nancy Guthrie ransom notes. Reuters had reported that they were all fake, which I knew was a bad report just because of my own sources. I know there are people within FBI who think they're fake, but there are also people who think that they're still legit. And they just don't know. And now the FBI has put out an official statement, which is interesting because they haven't put an official statement out.
Yeah, but we all thought that they should put out an official statement
About Nancy Guthrie in months, but they did today, saying that some have been deemed to be extortion attempts without legitimacy. Other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate and are still being investigated as such. What do you think is going on?
Well, I'm going to give you just a little bit I'll blow some smoke your way. You've been kind of on the forefront of this. You've really done some amazing reporting on this. And as you know, today when the Reuters report came out, I'm going to bet, we haven't talked about this, right? Full disclosure, you and I just are talking. Full disclosure, I knew exactly where that came from. That was, and I don't know if you know this, but I was told before it hit this morning that there was kind of a back and forth internally at the FBI, because the people who had been very dismissive of this, which is one wing of the FBI, and I'm not going to name which wing, but you and I probably would know. They put that out. That was a planted story, which, as you have rightfully pointed out, as we tape this on Wednesday evening, they just...
Is anybody even here watching? We need to have people communicating, talking, etc. I've said this 1,000 times. You guys are just sitting there staring at the screen. Okay, this is interesting stuff. Have things to say, like every other channel out there. Everybody's chatting away, talking, etc.
Just hours ago, released an official statement. They have not released an official statement in recent memory. The reason they did that is precisely because that Reuters story was absolutely...
Yeah, we know it. We know it. Perished. It's not exactly like a... People use that all the time, but it's, maybe the girl was educated or something. You aren't, Karen. I was watching. Yeah. When you have 4 comments in 3 minutes, that's not good.
False, and they were played by somebody with an axe to grind in the FBI. Clearly the FBI, and I know this beyond any shadow of a doubt, they are taking several of these notes completely seriously and have followed up and expended great resources on it.
What do you think the intention would be of people in the FBI wanting the public to...
See, like Karen, how you typed in "We Are Gray," and then Jason Bourne said "You Rock," Alley Cake, and then not one more comment after that. It's just, look at the chat. It's not moving. It hasn't moved.
Come to the conclusion that the notes are not real.
That's how you get it where people don't show up because you guys aren't affecting the algorithm. When people are chatting and communicating and it's moving around, that's when other people get notified. Oh, hey, YouTube thinks, oh, shit, people are talking over there. And you guys aren't doing that. So how do we make that happen at least? We're not getting the support for the channel tonight, so how about you guys just do the chat in there? Maybe we can get something happening.
Because there was a ball dropping. A lot of people, and you reported on this also, a lot of people were blaming the sheriff, that he missed opportunities. He did this, he did that, all of which may be true. But what also happened was there were elements, and I say this, and I want to be clear, there were some missteps, FBI missteps, that were glaring. And those glaring missteps, other elements, and I'm going to make sure everybody understands.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Now it's like, wow, the FBI is the one that screwed up, not Nanos.
Other parts of the FBI quickly realized that there were missteps and tried to course correct. And as usually happens in law enforcement and bureaucracy,
what do you mean the cars
people were kind of protecting their backside, and it was cover your ass, and it was that kind of game playing internally, which is why we saw today. It's rather unprecedented, Brian. I mean, think about the last time a report comes out and says that all of these reports about the ransom notes are basically bogus, and the FBI, on a high-profile, intensely covered case, puts out something that says, wait, don't go so far here. That's not the case. It's not true. They were debunking.
It is kind of weird that you have, that's what I was saying yesterday, like you have these 2 competing officials in the FBI that are completely contradictory to each other.
I didn't think they would put out an official comment. I mean, just because they haven't when there's been other reports and anonymous sources in the past. The other thing I zeroed in on here in the comment, in the official statement, was this case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case, which is something that, yes, I assumed, and they referenced that early on, but for them to say that now, why do they need to tell us that it's being investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case? Why wouldn't they just let us know that they're just investigating?
I think that I'll say I think, just to couch it so it doesn't kind of reveal.
Thanks, Jim Lawn.
where I'm getting this from, but it's clear that what happened was there were people higher up in the food chain that were very disappointed, that's my word, in what was happening. They knew early on, or they realized, some of them, the people who were sharper, that this was a kidnapping for ransom. The problem was that the ones who initially responded it was kind of Keystone Cops along the lines of what the sheriff was getting accused of. And so today they made it unequivocal that they're investigating as kidnapping for ransom. And the reason for that is they have some legitimate, what they think are credible leads.
Yeah, I said this all yesterday, but yeah.
And they want the perpetrators, and especially one of the Confederates or somebody who has information, to know that they are serious about this and that they're taking it seriously.
Pull on what? But hey, guys, I need your guys' support on the channel tonight. We just have these huge lulls that we're now behind, and we're only at 55% of the goal. So if you're out there and you have the ability, that would be great. Any chance, you guys? We need a challenge of some sort. That would get us to, like, if we had a challenge, we'd probably be at 60-something%. What would, I don't know, what the poll would be. What do you want me to do on the poll? Gotta go over here. Let's see, I can do one. Okay, do you all believe... that's boring. If an arrest is imminent, I don't know. We've already talked about that.
How careful do they have to be with these statements when it comes to like a trial one day? Like, you know.
Thank you, Wild Bill Wassman, the one person that always helps out when we're struggling along. I wish we had more people
when as a
like that.
Criminal defense lawyer, could you go back and look at these statements if they said, oh, we don't think the notes are real, or we do think the notes are real, and then, you know what I mean, could they play those against the FBI later?
Well, it's such a great point. Last trial I did, we had on an LA County coroner, and I put on...
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. You have the FBI saying, oh man, these aren't legit. And so then later on, if there's an arrest made, the defense can say, yeah, you guys said those ransom notes aren't legit, so how do we know that these are, blah, 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 that kind of thing. And then, so now they've come out and they've had to, like, an official statement by the FBI saying, we continue to investigate this as a ransom, kidnapping for ransom. And the only way that they would do that is if they believe the ransom notes that they got originally were real.
Evidence about the LA County coroner. I took LAPD information where they were slamming the LA County.
See, what sucks is, you guys, is when I try to reach the goals on the channel, and you guys, I have to sit here and just keep asking over and over and over again. So we have like a decent crowd watching, and then all of a sudden, like me having to keep shepherding that through. Some people don't like it when I have to stop and go, hey guys, let's try to get the rolling. And it's really frustrating for me. I mean, it seems like I have to explain this.
The corner was slamming him back. You know which case I'm talking about. That came into evidence because it directly went to one of the elements that was at issue. If you have a trial someday...
See, this is pretty shocking that only like 32% of the people literally think that... this isn't a kidnapping for ransom. They must have been watching the wrong YouTube channels. Who knows, man? It's crazy.
They capture somebody, and it's a kidnapping for ransom, or that is the prosecutorial theory. if they had not done this and cleaned it up today, you can bet that a defense lawyer would be arguing that every single day and on every single cross-examination.
Yeah, I mean, like I said yesterday, the FBI has their statement that they put out is really confirming that that's really all they've been looking at is a kidnapping for ransom, and that these emails that they got are the key. The second email, I think, really was an important one. It not only does it confirm that she's not alive, it kind of explains why they haven't heard from him again, because after they killed Nancy and tried to get the money one time and then sent another ransom note in, not a ransom note, a note in just to say, hey, we didn't mean to do this, etc. Then they never communicated again. That seems really obvious. What other person would do that? The second ransom note, as I've said 1,000 times, is very important. And it's not, I hate to call it a ransom note because that's not what it was, but the second note is very, it's just really important. That's the one that kind of ties everything together. What a random person wouldn't send that in. I mean, when I say random person, somebody that just abducted her to kill her, why would they send an apology letter in? That's what they were doing. That's what they went there to do.
So you think when they make these decisions about what to comment on, they're playing that out?
I don't think that it's too far-fetched that you've got somebody who's saying to themselves, why are you getting so far over your skis to say that none of these, that first Reuters story was so kind of unequivocal, was so just wrong that if they let that sit out there.
Yeah, but that just means that they're conspiracy nutters, Lydia. That's the problem. Till there's video of her, they'll have their theories. They have their theories because they need to keep their theory alive instead of adjusting with the factual information that's put out. That's what I can't stand about YouTube. You got these people out there, they have a theory, and they can't adjust because they're nut jobs. They're just they can't adjust. They just want everybody to continue to believe what they believe because that's what they've been telling their viewers. Okay, this right now. If you are somebody that's covering the case and ignoring the FBI's latest, the statement that they put out, then you're irresponsible as a true crime YouTuber. That means you're a complete bullshit artist. You're a used car salesman. Okay, that's the truth. Gray, you bastard! How dare you assume the kidnapper's gender? I'm listening late at work. I'll send him money tomorrow. Hey, all right, cool, man. Thanks. Be great to try to get some. Have you guys noticed in the chat the massive lull that we're having? Just curious. Anybody notice that? It's just. It's amazing. If you just take the start of the show, the first 10 minutes, hey, we were kind of on a nice little pace. Since then, it's been a desert. Let's see. Hey, thanks, Randizzle Randy. 2 letters sent maybe to appease. Yes, I already said that. I said that yesterday and the day before. And yeah, it made her feel better because she's the one that felt bad. Yeah, no body, no case. No, that's not true, Davey. That's not how it works. Right? It's so naive when people say that. I'm just letting you know. When people say, hey, there's no body, no case, that's absolutely bullshit, If you have the information, if you could track those Bitcoins down and prove that they were there or somewhere around there, you can do it. Especially if you can find communications between them, etc., that explain what they were doing. That's just not true. Uh, 5 years for what? My 13-year-old believes it was a kidnap for ransom gone wrong. Well, that's what I said. So tell your 13-week-old, great thinking. Hey, thanks, Stacy Facey. All right, so what are we at now? Yeah, we're still right now. We're 25. We're 23 membership short of reaching the goal. That's where we're at. That's how slow it got. Go gray or bald gracefully. What do you mean? Oh, go gray. I thought you were talking to me. And my hair is just a little bit thin. A little slightly up here. Not too bad. But, you know. I have my whole hair on my head. I know you weren't talking to me, but I'm on the shoe polish now. Yeah.
It did jeopardize an investigation, and clearly, to your point, it was potentially jeopardizing to a prosecution.
And
obviously, everybody knows this is Brian Enton investigating his producers and whatnot, give him a lot of connections.
The reason I didn't think it was true, besides just the people that I talked to that have been around the case, is that NBC News has been reporting about the ransom notes as recently as a couple days ago, last week, with sources saying this was in the note, this wasn't in the note. And you know that they are running these things by Savannah. I mean, or someone in her circle. They're not going to not tell her what they're reporting and make sure it's true. And
yes, this is exactly what I've said. I've said that Savannah Guthrie knows exactly, the FBI has talked to her about the ransom notes. They believe they're real. That's why she believes that they're real. She wouldn't believe that they're real if the FBI told her they don't think that they're real. She wouldn't jump and go, I know more than you, FBI. She wouldn't do that. So the only reason Savannah thinks that they're real is because the FBI told her that they were real. And then when the NBC News is reporting on stuff, it's because Nancy is telling them what to say. Like, this is what I know.
the fact that they wouldn't be doing that if she thought the notes were fake.
It's also such a good...
Yeah, but she just never thought that they were fake anyways. She's already said that she didn't think that they were fake.
Good point. For those who don't, you can
Thank you,
slam
Stacey
corporations.
Facey.
You can say whatever you want. She is a valued voice in that organization. They want her back, and they are trying desperately, and at least anybody that I know who's at NBC, and I know quite a few, I have friends there, that have said they've bent over backwards to try to accommodate her and be, somewhat sympathetic or empathetic. You're absolutely right. They're not going to be reporting stuff that is going to compromise her, that is going to put her, and when I say compromise, it's not even the word, it just put her in an uncomfortable situation in the sense that she's got to push back and say, why are you reporting this? This isn't true. They, if not getting her permission, they're at least getting her blessing or...
Well, I'll tell you, when we get to the goal, you guys, we'll do the call-in show later, okay? But we need to get to the goal. Right now, we are 23 memberships short.
Journalistic kind of eyes on it, because they don't want to go out there with one of their own and be reporting misinformation.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to talk to you about something. I remember you said this very early on, and then you brought it up again on News Nation, I think over the weekend. And I'm kind of like obsessed with it. Like this idea.
Yeah, I like that one up there, E. Moore. Those with deep religious beliefs speak with biblical terms. The Bible refers to a person perishing when they die without being saved. Also, I think she was religious. That's what she missed. When they die without, is that true? Perishing means to die without being saved. I don't agree with that. Also saying that they didn't grasp releases them from guilt. Right. Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff that releases them from guilt, You have this up here. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. That also, releases her from guilt. We didn't intend to hurt her. That was not our intention, which is weird, right? Because, when you say we never intended to hurt her, that was not our intention. That's the same sentence again. you know. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. Well, they're the same, Stacy Facey. Yeah, so if you send in, like, I don't know, you should do a challenge, though. If you want to send in multiple, then do a challenge and see if we can get people to match it. That'd be good. That'd get us moving along. But yeah, memberships are good because then there might be people out there that re-sign up next month or something. That's cheap here. It's only, I think I have a $1.99 option. And then you get all the emojis and everything. So if you do a, gift like, I don't know, whatever you're going to do, but, you could do a challenge of some sort. That'd be cool.
That someone with information or someone involved could get a lawyer and work a deal so that they could bring information forward.
Well, that's what Garrigo said.
And not fear like a serious prosecution, which to me, and when you said it the second time, it clicked with me. It seems like that could be one of the ways they could solve this case.
It's exactly.
I don't know.
I was very optimistic.
Let me go over here.
Who said, I don't know who leaked that, or I have a pretty good idea who leaked that Reuters story, but we're gonna clean that up immediately because they know they've got statistics. They do data analysis with the best of them. They understand that we are long past developing leads and forensic clues that are going to solve this. We're at the point where we need somebody from the public to come in and help give us a hand.
Are you surprised, Mark, with all your experience that this is still unsolved? I mean, it really is a unique, weird case.
I am, and I know. They're really, really. Yeah, I mean, you've watched it. You, and I don't mean to keep blowing smoke up your way, but
yeah, we know, Emor, that they're telling us that she died. Yeah. What the hell happened there? Okay. That was over here. We'll see what he says. Oh, I guess he interviewed somebody else. What did he say?
Are bogus and they're undertaken by opportunists.
Yeah, wasn't this guy? He said that they weren't real before.
If you want some money so we can recover the body, that's fine. Give us proof of death, and that could be done somehow. And just like with proof of life, this has all been game playing, circular information. They may have, lucky guesses early.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. What does he say?
And he said this since the beginning, that he thinks that this is about Savannah Guthrie. That this is a Savannah Guthrie stalker. That is just his theory based on...
Right, I've heard that guy. That's not correct. It's a ransom, abduction for ransom. I mean, I guess you could still have the theory that the person wanted to make it look like that, but then why the hell would you write that second note, man? That doesn't make any sense. That means you hated, like you stalked Savannah, like you just, so to then feel bad later, it doesn't make any sense. They wanted her to feel terror.
On the information that he...
Thank you, Nurse Up. Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I'm not sure. Were you gifting one? I'm not sure who said that earlier. I can't remember. Let's see.
He knows the information that's been public. So I actually wanted to play something he said to me in our last conversation. This was just a couple of days ago, because I think it comes back into play with all the talk lately about whether these notes are real or whether they are fake.
I've said these 3 words in the first month or two. Now I'm modifying it a bit. Proof of life. Not game playing, machination.
Hey, look at that. 15 months, Stephanie Sprague. Thank you.
Something's hidden here, something's there. Now it asks for proof of death. If you want some money so we can recover the body, that's fine. give us proof of death, and that could be done somehow. And so just like with proof of life, this has all been game playing, circular information. They may have, lucky guesses early on with, the watch on the floor or whatever, or what she was wearing.
Lucky guess? Come on. I'm not sure why Enton's playing this one. It's almost like he's trying to discredit the guy, I mean, because this guy, what he's trying to say, it's just
taking advantage of this situation and trying to get something.
See, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like the second ransom note should be a clue to some of these people that they were on the wrong path before. Okay? How do you work that one in? See, and then it's just sort of making something fit your story at that point. Oh yeah, Stacy Facey asked that. Were you? I'm not sure if you were asking because you were going to send one in, or just for next time, or yeah. I mean, memberships and super chats are the same. Like if you send a $5 membership in or a $5 super chat, it's the same. It's still $5. It's just there's a chance when it's a membership that somebody might come back as a member the next time around, because it's $1.99 a month. Or there's a $5 one too.
Even $61,000 out of the Guthrie family. But again, the police and investigators, FBI should follow through on all of this, but I don't think it's going to take them anywhere.
So do you, again, putting the TMZ notes aside, because that seems like a different person, are you skeptical of the first two notes too, that Savannah seems to think could be real?
I am. And I have...
Wait, what does he say? Hold on. Let me hear that again.
On all this, but I don't think it's going to take them anywhere.
So do you, again, putting the TMZ notes aside, because that seems like a different person, are you skeptical of the first two notes too, that Savannah seems to think could be real?
I am.
See, why did he have this? Why is he putting this clip in here today? Oh, you're just... well, you don't have to, Stacy, if you don't want to. I wasn't sure what you were asking about. But hell, if you want to do one, that'd be great. It would really help. Just let me... Do you really want to do one or not? It's no big deal. I wasn't sure what you were... Let me know. Do you want to do one or not? Okay, there you go. So we have a 5 for 5-er, you guys. So if we get 5 people to donate one $5 membership, then Stacy Facey will donate 5 all by herself. All right, so that really helps out the channel a lot. So we need 4 more now because, of course, Wild Bill Wassman jumped in and did one of them.
I am. And I have no...
And Jim Lawn. Thanks, Jim.
Compunction at all, or no, I don't question at all Savannah wanting to believe they're real, and her family. They wanted their mother back, and I'm sure they collectively...
I don't know. I think this note here should be changing a lot of people's minds. The FBI have been investigating the case as a ransom case because it says we continue. That means they've been doing that. All right, so if you read that and you are still saying, I don't know, man, I think this is just some weirdo that's doing... It doesn't make any sense at this point. The argument that it's some weirdo out there doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, especially because of the second ransom note. Don't you agree? All right, hey, thanks, Anderson Croydon. All right, we need 2 more, you guys. 2 more. Look at Stacy's even shepherding it along. She's saying 2 more. Come on, you guys can do it. For engagement doesn't sound impossible. What doesn't sound impossible? Let's see, Bill, that'd be great, but also part of me likes it not being traceable. But guest feeds criminal activity. What's not traceable? We got 1, 2, 3. Hey, we got Randizzle Randy. Need one more. Said first one arrived at... Yeah, well, that's what Ashley Banfield said. I think it was in that interview with Brianna that 6:48 was when the first ones arrived on the 2nd, and then in the morning on the 3rd is when TMZ got their first ransom note. It was the same. It was a copy, but it makes total sense. I mean, just think about how these ransom people would work. They put it out at 6:48 in the evening. Okay, hey, we'll hear about it later this evening or early in the morning. Get up in the morning? Nothing. Not a damn thing. They go, okay, send it to TMZ. We need them to know that we're serious, you know. And so they sent it to TMZ the next day. All right, you guys, who's going to do the last one? We need one more. Hey, there's 6 Kids UK. After removing the 13-month-old off of her lap, sent in the one that said that it was a ransom gone wrong. All right, there we go. Hey, very cool, very cool. Thank you. Awesome. And thank you. Wow, thanks, Stacy Facey. Did I miss something up there? Nurse up and... All right. We have a chance. I think we're at a point where we need, let's see, 11 channel memberships, and we'll be at the goal. So we might be able to do that by the end. Who knows? We have your mom. You have 2 dates to pay or else. Second note happened, but hey, what happened to your membership there, Lori? I thought you were a member in here. Lori Bach, shake my head. What happened? Yeah, well, the first note says, we have your mom, and you sent us $4,000 by this date. If you don't, send us 6, and if you don't do that, then we're going to kill her. And that was just them being aggressive, trying to get the money. Oh, God. Here we go. 5A, 5A, 5A again. Get to know the perp on the porch. Study his face and figure. Really study him. Only then will you know what him know. Only then will you know what him know the reason for the crime, and hopefully find Nancy. Yeah, where's the hold on, let me read that again. Hold on a second. Get to know the perp on the porch. Get to know the perp on the porch. Study his face and figure. Really study him. Only then will you know what him know the reason for the crime. And hopefully find Nancy. Anyways. Okay. Yeah. All right. I guess then there's this. Let's see what this guy says. This is Ashley. You know, she kind of did a video similar to the one I did yesterday, where she shows the this thing and goes over that. I mean, it's a really kind of a. I mean, if the case wasn't weird already, it got really weird when you had the FBI tell Reuters that they weren't real, and then they tell Harvey privately that they're more likely real than not, which really means that they believe they're 100% real. And then the FBI then the next day comes out with a statement saying that, yes, they've been investigating this as a kidnapping for ransom. See what I'm saying? All right.
This case has always been very, very unusual, and that many of these, quote unquote ransom notes have been delivered to TMZ or other media outlets, and not necessarily to the Guthrie family. So that it's very unorthodox in nature.
Okay, so the person up there that made the comment up there, 5A, she believes that the perp on the porch is this guy that has been mentioned, this person named, I'll just throw the name out there because he keeps showing up on shows, named Zach, right? And she did this little overlay with the face, and, it's like, sure, kind of look, you can do that with a lot of faces, to be honest with you, though. And so the thing is she's just really hyper-focused on that one person and has never been able to let it go, even when confronted with a mountain of other evidence that kind of shows that doesn't really make sense. And then, so who knows, though, man? Yeah, it's just some random guy that was connected. He owned, he worked at a dealership or something, and one of the cars on the first night was his name popped up on it. When they did that FBI that one time. Yeah, she watches a lot of the people. Anybody that interviews that guy or anything that's sort of connected to that, she'll watch. It's not. Who knows though, man? Maybe she'll be right at some point. I guess we'll have to wait and see. The guy lives in Jordan, the country, but he did live here. He's lived all over the place. I actually have this map here. Because when I don't not look into, when people tell me stuff, I don't just sort of go, okay, screw it. I do look into different things that people, like for example, I think right there, all of these green pins are where this person has lived or has a connection to. Can you see these pins like over there, here, there? All these green ones are where that person had lived at some point or has a connection, an address associated with these places here. And then the other places are way over in, let's see. Yeah, right there. Okay. So these are all these other places he lives in Jordan. So, there's a whole bunch of, so I went and mapped every one of them out. I don't even know if I told her that I did that. But I do have that. Okay? Just in case. You never know, right? Got it all sitting there. Yeah, he lived a lot of those might be where he worked and stuff like that. It's just different addresses, all right? So I do have that. I mean, the person that she does the overlay, it is a, there's people that wouldn't fit the overlay, and he seems to fit it really well. And, sure, I mean, it's like, okay, it's possible, whatever, but I just don't see it, Like, I don't feel, it just doesn't seem like it's the right person, okay? It just doesn't. Doesn't seem like you would write a ransom note and then do an apology letter. Let's see. And by the way, thank you up there to Stacy Facey for doing the challenge. Really helpful there. Thank you so much. Now, if we had one more challenge by somebody else, we'd be right there. Almost there. Let's see. Okay. So let's get back to listen to some of this.
It's against, many of the kidnappings I worked, and so it's always been a little bit unorthodox.
Hey, but make sure to hit that subscribe button, you guys. We do, if you are new in the background and you're just sort of watching tonight, had you been watching my show since the beginning, you would be so far ahead of what a lot of these people talk about now. Like, they're just sitting there bringing up stuff, and it's like, yeah, we said that 4 months ago, right? Especially, Savannah's and her brother, the brother and the sister, that message they put out. We knew exactly what that meant way back then and never shifted off of it. We've been on pretty much the right track, in the realm of the right track, meaning either the ransom gone wrong, or the nut job theory. Those are the two theories. That's just like a crazy person who sent out ransom notes before we knew what was on the ransom notes. But once we knew what was on the ransom notes, then the weight went dramatically towards the kidnapping for ransom. That went wrong. It went huge. Then it was completely reversed by Reuters, which was frustrating as hell because now you're in a place of nothingness. Thank God. And then I was actually really happy that Harvey the next day said he talked to the FBI and they said it's more likely than not real. Because then I felt good because I immediately knew that his source is going to be better than Reuters. Okay, and so then it was, and then it was even more amazing the next day when the FBI came out and put their information out. No, we're not. We're not. 5A. Yeah, they are. They are. Have you been not watching the news or just following videos on Zach? Look it. It's right here. Look it. The FBI and its... So we had the one from Reuters who said they weren't real. Okay? But then Harvey got a hold of his people, and his source said, no, they're more likely than not real. And because of the drastic difference there, the FBI put out this statement, and they said, other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate. And it doesn't... And by the way, that means that they believe that they're real. It's not it may be. They just put those caveats in there as an out later if they need one. This case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. That means that's what they've been investigating it the whole time. And you know what that implies? It doesn't just imply, it means that they received a ransom note, and that's why they know it's for ransom. So, for example, if Nancy was missing and there was no ransom notes, how the hell would they call it a ransom? That there wouldn't be one, because there isn't one, right? They believe, look at this, they're investigating the case as a kidnapping for ransom. And so what that means is that they got a request for a ransom that they believe to be genuine, right? That's what that means. Because you can't, if she was abducted and it just went dead, there's no way in hell they'd be looking at the case as a kidnapping for ransom. They would look at it as a kidnapping for unknown reasons. This is a ransom because they got the messages, the notes, okay? It's absolutely true. That's the reality. Have you, did you miss this stuff, 5A? I'm just saying. I'm just wondering. I mean, we did a show on it yesterday, the day before. You know, we're just putting it all together here. And that's the answer, right? That's it. This is huge. This letter here is huger. Okay. What Harvey said is closest to the truth. Even more than this letter here. When he said, his source told him it's more likely than not than real. You know what they're telling him? We believe that they're authentic. We believe that they're authentic, and that's why we have been investigating the case as a kidnapping for ransom, and we continue to do so. They put these little words in there like maybe this or more likely than that, so that if it turns out that it's not true, then like just by the rare shot that it's not a kidnapping for ransom, they can say, yeah, we just thought maybe it was true. What are you talking about? He didn't, because he just didn't answer it. Well, you did. You must have missed it. See, that's what I'm saying. What you're trying to do is take him not answering the question as meaning something that helps your theory out. You can't do that. You can't do that. This is an official FBI statement right here. That's what you go on. Not somebody not answering a question. He didn't want to answer the question. By the way, Kash Patel isn't working on the case. He's over there doing all kinds of stuff. It's the local FBI Phoenix. He doesn't get he doesn't call up every day and go, hey, so is Harvey's email? Is that one? Come on. Yeah, it's the FBI Phoenix. It doesn't. Why does it matter? Can I ask that? Why does it matter that Kash Patel didn't answer the question? He was asked it and he didn't answer it. What difference does it make? Is that like God? This right here is important because it's an official document, a statement made by the FBI. The fact that Kash didn't answer it in no way negates this one. Don't you guys all agree with that? Everybody out there. Hello? Everybody. Does Kash Patel not answering the question negate the meaning of this statement here? And no, I'm not angry. This is just the way I talk. As the head of the FBI, you would expect to say, oh, Jesus, okay. That's just your way of making your person still fit. Okay, yeah, he's just tricking everybody. It's all part of an elaborate scheme. Okay, I'm not going to do that. All right, this is reality here. He kind of explained why they're not the lead. Okay, there you go. Does anybody have a link to the FBI press conference? And was it about this case or was it about something else? And he just answered some questions on that. I didn't actually see it. I didn't really, I heard about it. It's like, who cares? Doesn't have anything to do with anything. Ah, geez, Simon, that's just such bullshit, man. You're one of those people that just puts out every single piece of bullshit propaganda. I can tell. My God. Yeah, you know what? When Kash Patel goes and does something on his time off, guess what? He's required to have the security with him and take another plane. He can't just walk onto an airplane. My God. Right. Okay, great. By faith, and that's why he didn't answer the question. They're just assisting it. The FBI is assisting. He's not aware of exactly every single thing that the local FBI Phoenix is doing. No, they didn't. Okay, it was on a totally other topic. Okay, so somebody just said, hey, and threw a question in there. I don't know what your confusion is. I'm dumbfounded, really. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why would he need an update on this? He probably did have a conversation, like somebody said, hey, what's going on over there? One agency said this, another one said that, and he just said, let them answer the questions. I'm not doing it. I don't understand why him not answering, though, means that, it wasn't one. It wasn't an abduction for ransom. That's what's weird to me, is like him not answering doesn't mean anything. It means he didn't answer the question. And so it's frustrating to hear that, if you think that it means that somehow it means that they aren't doing that, or they aren't investigating as an abduction for ransom, then it's like, Jesus. I mean, where you come up with that? All right, hey guys, we need one more challenge in here, and we'll be really close to the goal. All right, anybody want to do one of those? Jim? I'm just kidding. Back to you, Jim. Let's see, there are clips, shorts, that's where I saw, very brief, but does it bother anybody that he didn't answer that question? Yeah. And by the way, Simon, I'm just goofing around. I don't know what your political leanings are, but based on that, it seems like I think I'm pretty accurate there. Jim said he once drank 6 Harvey Wallbangers and forgot my elderly aunt was in the car. Okay. Yeah, the state is running the show. However, they're kind of taking the lead on the ransom note part. That's why Nanos said, ask the FBI about the ransom notes. So the FBI Phoenix, the local office, put out this statement here, which represents their belief in the case, that they've been investigating it as a kidnapping for ransom. And the only reason they would do that is because they got a ransom note that they believe is genuine, or they wouldn't be investigating it as a kidnapping for ransom. They'd be investigating as a kidnapping for with no known reason why. Don't you agree with that? Hey, look at that. It's Baz B. Back to you, Jim. Anyways, who's doing the next challenge? We need one more to get us towards the goal. We'd almost be there. We need 11 more channel memberships to get to the goal. Or even 11 $5 super chats, or $55 total. Why the prior statement to say that's saying something different? Because that was their source was a bad one. That's why. The source that Reuters had was somebody who just doesn't believe it, and they're not a really good source in the case. The best source in the case is TMZ's source, because they actually have ransom notes. I've already explained this 50 times. They've already got ransom notes, so the FBI has been working with TMZ. So when TMZ asked their source, they said they're more likely than not real. Except the ones that you keep getting from are more likely than not fake. You know, they're not, it's just some scammer type. Okay? But I actually think they think that one might be connected too. His sources are really close. And by the way, when they told him more likely than not true, what they're really saying is we believe that those are authentic. That's why they're investigating the case as a kidnapping for ransom case, because they got that ransom note, the first one, and they believe that's real because what was on that letter. And that's why they're investigating the case. Again, if they didn't have a ransom note, they wouldn't call it a abduction for ransom, because that's what makes it an abduction for ransom, by getting the note. You get it? All right, so if you're out there, what do you guys think about this? I think it's great, actually. I think it's sad when you have people sort of, I don't know, man, I don't know. It's like, this is amazing, because that means that the notes that they got is something they can dig into. Also, even that secondary person, that's something to look into. And it also means that they are really quite certain it was an abduction for ransom that went wrong even. They must believe that at this point. So that gives them a direction. When the other day, when Reuters put out their article and it took it away, like all the ransom notes were just bogus, that I felt like this is the coldest case we've ever heard of. I mean, really, at that moment, it's like, this is cold as shit. Didn't you have that sinking feeling like, oh my God, this if you don't have that, this is sinking feeling. Hey, look at that. Jim Long did it, man. You don't have to do it, Jim. I was just goofing around. They don't have shit. They have to investigate it. What do you mean? You mean if they didn't have that? Yeah, you have to almost start over again. I was depressed when Reuters came up with that. I was like, holy crap. Now we're back to, like, what? I mean, we're not even at the nut job, Because, the nut job theory is based on, the nut job theory is based on even the ransom notes, the one before we knew what was on them. No, I was just wondering if you really want to do one or not, because a minute ago I said, how about you, Jim? All right, Jim's doing a 5 for 5-er, you guys. So if we get 5 gifted memberships, he will match those 5. All right, he says it up there. We didn't see the look at part, though, but we do have that. Yeah, I'm disappointed in Reuters. Although, you know what? I guess we have to say this. Reuters did have an FBI source. The FBI source, however, put out the bullshit information to Reuters. So is it Reuters? And by the way, Reuters had a secondary source that said the same thing. So that's kind of weird, right? Do you guys see that, you guys? We have Jim Lawn. This is a challenge here that would get us right next to the goal tonight. I don't think, no, it's a... Oh, it's not one? Oh, I don't know what he was saying then. I don't think, no, it's Brooker. I'm confused, man. What did he say? I thought he said that. Oh, and a good joke. I see. Sorry, I missed the last part. All right, somebody throw out a joke. We need some jokes. That's what it'll do. I thought it said 5 for 5. That's what he usually says. I'm good for 5 or whatever the hell this joke thing is. All right, we need a joke then, you guys. Who's got a joke in there? I'll read it. Usually says, I've got something in 5 on it or something. It kind of zipped by too quick. Was it possibly intentionally bad info they received? Well, that's kind of what Garagos was saying, is that it was like intentional. He said that in part of that interview. You should go watch it on Enton's channel. He did say something like that. I guess we don't have any jokes. Are you guys still here? It's just so, like, you guys chat and then it just dies, Usually in these shows, people, the chat just keeps moving along. Oh, here we go again. Simon, conspiracy is a secret plan or agreement by 2 or more people to commit an illegal, harmful, or treacherous act. My theory is this. Right. Well, it is 2 or more people. Abduction for ransom, I guess, would be a conspiracy, wouldn't it? Abduction for ransom that went wrong. There's really no way that you can explain the second note. Okay, here's the thing. If the FBI knows that the first ransom note is real, that's what they believe, and the second note is from the same person, then they have to, and that was only sent to one news outlet, because they didn't try to make it anything bigger, then you have to know that that second note is absolutely them saying, hey, she didn't make it, we didn't intend to do this. That's not really what they wanted to do, and, that's what they did. Let's see. What do you... Hold on. We do have a joke in here. What do you call it when a prisoner takes their own mugshot? You got to put the answer in the same comment. You put it in there so I can read it all at once. Brooker Rose. Now we have to wait for you to catch up and then put the damn comment in there. Just put it all in the one. It's just not going to be accurate. We don't do conspiracy theories here. 5A. Okay? That's what we don't do. Okay? But it's different. If there's 2 people that planned an abduction, they're conspiring to do that, but your conspiracy theories are unrelated to that. That's the difference. Okay. Okay, now I don't even know what your joke was. Ah, jeez. Okay, what do you call it when a prisoner takes their own mugshot? A selfie. You get it? Oh my God, that is just the worst joke I've ever heard. What do lawyers like to drink? Subpoena coladas. Okay, that one was pretty good. I'll give you credit for that one. All right, I'll give you some credit for that one there. Now, was that one good for you, Jim? We still haven't moved for a long time, you guys. We still need 11 more channel memberships to reach the goal. So if you guys could help support the channel, that would be great. Thank you. I wish I didn't have to ask 4,600 times during the show, but apparently that's what I'm relegated to. I don't know. Why did the lifeguard... Let's see, here's one. Why did the lifeguard keep kicking the elephants out of the pool? Because they kept dropping their trunks. You get it? Trunks. Oh, jeez. Man, that is... Oh, boy. Yeah, where you been, Lisa? Just chilling out in the background? All right, so now we just need 10 more. All right, just 10 more. You have to get 5 jokes to do $5? Man. Or are you doing $5 for $5 for each joke? Is that what you're doing? All right, I guess we need 2 more jokes, you guys. Who's got them? What do you call it when Al Capone goes camping? That one's good. Criminal intent. There you go. Hey, very cool. That was a good one there, Jim. Come on, you got to like that one. What do you call it when Al Capone goes camping? Criminal intent. You get it? Criminal intent. There you go. I emailed you the oh, you got the Cash Patel clip. Let's see. I'll use, even though James sent his in later, I'll do Jessica's. Hers was first.
Cases or cases that we're charging, so yeah.
I have a question for the FBI director, if you don't mind. Reuters is reporting that the ransom notes that were sent regarding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are fake. Are you able to confirm that those have been determined to be fake?
I'm not going to comment on that. We are continuing to assist that investigation. We've always been in an assist role. It's a state matter being led by the state authorities. Thank you.
Yeah, he's just not going to comment on it. You know? It's crazy. Like, what difference does it make? All right, we got one more joke. Why did the American flag go to school? Because it wanted to show its true colors. You get it? True colors. All right. But what do you mean? But what would it have changed it to when it went to school? It's still red, white, and blue, right? All right, there you go. You got your 5 jokes. Hey, what did the fish say what does fish say when it hits a wall? Damn. These ones are pretty good tonight, I gotta admit. You guys it's pretty funny. All right, so what would that get us? If we get to, I think we get to the goal, we'll do the phone calls here in a second. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to go use the restroom, but we're going to... Jim Law. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe I was doing the math wrong. I guess we'll have to look at it. 140... 40. Oh yeah, I guess we're still 5 short. I didn't do that right. All right. Anyways, I got to use the restroom. That makes sense why we have 5 left, because it was we needed 11 and we had 1 from Lisa and then 5 from Jim. I was thinking it was a 5 for 5er, so that would have made it, but we're still 5 short. All right. Anyways, let's do the do that one. So how about let's if any is there anybody else out there that wants to call? Well, it's not really an artist. Oh, I guess it's Kevin Macleod did that one. See at the bottom of the screen? He does all the little music that I use. So anybody out there want to call in and say what you think here about all this stuff that's been going on recently? Hopefully it means something, that it's leading towards some kind of, like they've got something. Doesn't seem like it now. It doesn't feel like that. You know what I'm saying? What are you guys doing? What do you mean? He's not a chicken. He just doesn't have to say anything. You guys are weird, man. Does anybody in here think Kash Patel was a chicken because he didn't answer the question? Other than Fi. What difference does it make? He just didn't answer it. He's leaving it up to the state and the Phoenix FBI. They're the ones doing it. It's just crazy to me. What in the hell's going on out here? Even if you don't like Kash Patel, you can't say something like that. It's ludicrous. Okay? It's wild. It's just somebody, it's like you're wanting to find something. God, yeah, right. He doesn't know exactly. He's just, he's not following the Nancy Guthrie abduction angle daily. Yeah, give me an update on that. What did you get on that TMZ note there? Yeah, I know we got these terrorists running around over here, but yeah, tell me about that. Forget it. He's got way bigger things that he works on. I know that it's really big, in the true crime community, but to be honest with you, the Nancy Guthrie case is not a huge priority for the national FBI, who is tracking down terrorists. They're making sure we're safe on a daily basis. That's all I can say. I don't really have any more words of wisdom there. Well, I mean, the FBI put out their statement. So, I mean, the FBI Phoenix said that. And by the way, I think they would be able to say it, Jason, because the Sheriff Nanos said when he was asked about the ransom notes, he said, you need to ask the FBI about that because they're running lead on the ransom notes. So the FBI Phoenix put that out there, but why do you expect Kash Patel to have the answers on that? It just seems odd. Anyways, anybody out there have any thoughts? How about you, Bengal Cat Chili? You want to call in, or? You guys see Zozo in here? I didn't see her in here. We need 4 more gifted memberships. Oh, if you're working at home today, you can call in, right? If I put the link on there. Is that right? What does that have to do with anything? 5A5A5. Reuters had a source in the FBI, and they said that they weren't real. Harvey, who has a better source than Reuters, because he's... does this make sense to you, 5A5? You're kind of making me frustrated, because you don't make sense when you type stuff in. Harvey, who has ransom notes that were sent to him, he has had them, the FBI has been working with them trying to figure out who they came from. Okay? So he has a source that's in the investigation. Yeah, we know 5A5A. Are you confused here? What's frustrating about you is you keep repeating the same stuff that I've said 1,000 times. Reuters, 2 days ago, had information that they had a source, an official, that said that the ransom notes were not real. Okay? Then Harvey was like, I never heard that. Either had Brian Enton. He hadn't heard it either. So then Harvey got a hold of his source, which is way better than Reuters or Brian Enton's, because he has been working with the FBI, with them trying to figure out who sent the second, the first ransom note, and then also the other ransom sender, right? So he called them up, and they said to him, the ransom notes are more likely real than not. Then, because of that discrepancy, the local FBI Phoenix came forward with this and said the FBI and its task force partners have received several ransom notes over the course of this investigation. Some have been deemed to be extortion attempts without legitimacy. Other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate, which means that they have one that they believe is absolutely real, because in the next sentence, this case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. And the only reason they would investigate it as a kidnapping for ransom case is if they had gotten a ransom note that they believed in. I don't know how else I can be more clear. We've talked about this 1,000 times in here. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. He didn't respond because he was leaving it up to his, the local FBI area. He's not familiar with it. He's not following along on every single little clip that comes out, I don't know, man. It just seems really obvious. I don't know where we're getting. This thing right here on the screen came out yesterday. You should have been able to see this. It doesn't matter what Kash Patel's. This thing that it's on the screen right here came out yesterday. We went over it on the show, etc. The fact that they say right here, as a kidnapping, they've investigated it as a kidnapping for ransom from the beginning. Does everybody agree with me in here that the reason they've been looking at it as a kidnapping for ransom is because they believe that the first note that they got was real? Okay? Unless you believe that there's another note we're not aware of, because the only reason they would even know it was a kidnapping for ransom is if they had a ransom note that they believed in. Doesn't that make sense? I can't, see, I use logic, reason, and common sense here. That's the only thing that makes sense. And so I don't understand where there's people out there that are sort of like, I don't know, there's like this. And just, it is what it is, okay? It is what it is, and then you move forward. It doesn't, Five. Sorry. You've been confusing the whole time. All right, so that's all I got on that, you guys. But tell you what, we just need 4 more gifted memberships or 4 $5 super chats to reach today's goal, okay? We're just trying to move forward. Like I said before, my channel donated $300,000 in 6.5 years to true crime-related charities, a scholarship fund, a DNA fund, etc., because of people like you who support the channel, allow me to keep going, and I give a huge portion of the money to the true crime-related charities, and I just try to reach the goal every single night. So we need 4 more gifted channel memberships. If you think I do a good job, makes sense, whatever, that would be awesome. Right, you believe Harvey. Yep, okay, great. But why would the FBI say anything? I don't know why you would expect. They did respond right here. You see this? Five. See this right here? This is the response. FBI Phoenix. They wrote this after Harvey got his information. Just because Kash Patel didn't answer it has no bearing on the fact that this came from FBI Phoenix. Okay? I don't know how to explain this any better than I'm doing it right now. I can't do it. He's not his BFF. What the hell are you talking about, Quinn? He doesn't like Nanos, Quinn the Golden. Remember how he said that people are crazy. Anybody hear the thing? We need 4 more gifted memberships. Tell you what, how about this? What if I did a 5 for $5? Will you guys do that? That way at least we'll get to the thing, but I'll spend 5 of my own. All right, so let's do. I'll do a 5 for $5. If you guys donate 1 channel membership, 5 of you, I'll donate 5 by myself. How about that? Sound good? Excellent. You should join my cult. All right, come on. I don't want anybody else talking weird to 585. I'm the one that's arguing with her. Okay, not you guys. She does this a lot. She just believes her theory, and therefore everything else has to be manipulated to match it. It's like adjust the facts to do it. Anybody want to do my 5 for $5? Here, we'll do it right here. 5 for $5 challenge. That's because I just couldn't get 4 to make it. Let's do it. 5 for $5 challenge. When George Costanza was offended when the cult didn't want him. Okay, Brooks will match jokes, not my 5 for $5. Okay, tell some jokes, you guys. What do you mean you'll match jokes? I don't know what that even means. You'll match jokes. Yeah, we're trying to reach our goals on here. All right, so we got, okay, there's one by Karen. Gifted a membership. We need 4 more now. All right, hey, let's see. The Silence of the Lambs wording, and these days with AI. What do you mean the Silence of the Lambs wording? There's no Silence of the Lambs wording in there. Thanks, 6 Kids UK. Oh yeah, I knew that, Karen. Thanks. What do you mean the Silence of the Lambs wording? And these days with AI, I don't think AI helped write these notes, you guys. I think everybody's just too hyper. AI is everything. AI does everything. You know, hey, were you able to put gas in your car today? No, but check that AI app. Like, what does that mean? You know, doesn't mean anything. All right, we got 2 of them. We need 3 more. Well, tell the communist joke. Let's see if it's funny. Hopefully you're not one of the new breed of communists infecting the Democratic Party these days. Unbelievable. And you guys, and the anti-Semitic, I mean, you got to admit, like, even if you're a Democrat in here, the anti-Semitic atmosphere and the socialists and communists have got to make you a little bit concerned, wouldn't you think? How is it confusing to say that if the ransom note was real, why didn't they pay it? Who are you talking to? Why didn't they pay it? Because they wanted verification, you know, proof of life first, and they never got it because she wasn't alive at the time. I just don't know. You're trying to build a conspiracy on the side to make your person work. Oh, that's the joke? Oh, I get it. Everyone, yeah. All right, you guys, can we get the 3 more gifted memberships? We got to reach the goal tonight. Okay, there's 1 more. That's 4, right? 3. That's 3 of them. So we need 2 more now. I think, right? Is that right? Where are we at? 55. Let's see. 55. Oh, yeah. I think just 1 more, actually, will do it. 1 more. That's all we need. No approval. I was at work when they released that. I saw the news on television. Right. Okay, but this is before Kash Patel. So doesn't it make your comment about Kash Patel moot at this point? I'm just curious. It should. Where do pirates get their hooks? Second-hand stores. That's pretty good. That's a good one. All right. Hey, Fife, I'm done communicating with you about this, all right? It's just not interesting to me. I'm sorry. Good luck, though, on your suspect. Whew, wow. Let's see. Because they wanted verification first, 5A, 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 5A. And they didn't get verification, so they didn't have them pay it. Even though they thought it seemed legitimate. They didn't get verification that Nancy was alive, so they didn't pay it. Isn't that really obvious when you just look at it? Yep, just need 1 more. And then I'll donate 5 memberships if we get 1 more. Let's see. I didn't get to say it's the damn... Whoa, it says F. Well, hell, there we go. Wait. Gotta play that loud. I love this one. Some of you didn't know supposed to do. You might not have heard that. Maybe you have one. I first heard of it was slack. Used to get angry and all uptight. You say what you want. Spell my name right. Ultimately, Guthrie is rocking the house. That's what the room was all about. It's me the damn tell all your friends, and you don't wait till you see me again. This way I can hear from the horses rap. But oh, dang it! It's too fast for it. Anyways, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much there, Sazette. Boy, what a struggle tonight was, man. And there we go. Right there. All right, cool. All right. Hey, are you ready, Jason? You can come on and do whatever the hell thoughts you got. I'll call you up again. Let's see if it works. There we go. Let's not spend a lot of time talking about, oh, there must be from Mexico because of this and this. I have no idea.
Hey.
Oh, I guess it just works just like that. There's no, I usually have to hit the buttons and stuff. But
no delay?
Nah, it just kind of goes, I just answer it and all of a sudden we're on the air, you know.
Well, you know, one thing is I was watching you go back and forth with
Five.
Yeah.
I'm going to say fee fi fo fum. Fee fi fo fum.
And I know I'm not saying it the right way. Fi-fee, and I'm sorry that I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but you know, one thing I feel bad about is that I feel that this person feels this way, Gray, because someone has deliberately been providing information that's been false. That's why.
Yeah, well, she's also really interested in that I talk about on here an overlay of that one person over the image, so that's her thing. So it could be that, you know, she wants it to, she kind of does stuff where she goes around and verify, you know, only watches things that sort of verify what she believes and then doesn't believe anything else that contradicts it. So I think that's where the problem is.
Well, what makes sense to me is that, you know, certainly the FBI deemed the ransom letter credible enough that they're going to get the family out there and say, go ahead and make the plea, you know, a public plea, go ahead and do that. But so we can say at that point that they had to regard it as credible enough to proceed to that point. So the letter itself was real, but on top of that, which is a separate thing, they also needed to know if Nancy was alive.
Right, exactly. You're not going to send money in to just some random. I just typed it in. She was dead already. 5. So they you know, so they did. If you remember, I think it was the first reply that the family put out there said something about, you know, AI and shit like that, right? You remember that one? There was one that I thought they put out that said, yeah, and we know there's AI and stuff, so we need proof that she's alive.
Yes.
And I think she died so quickly they couldn't get anything. I mean, it was probably within a couple hours at maximum. Maybe even right away, you know, like she could have died on the drive to wherever they were going. Just from fear.
It makes the most sense because you would think if you've got enough sense to, you know, go ahead and set up crypto accounts and use words like perished, that you're going to have enough sense to realize that if you send out a letter that doesn't have proof of life, that someone's going to be asking for it, so that you normally would include that right off the bat. You know, like, and so the fact that it's absent just naturally leads me to believe that Nancy was not able to give the proof of life because she was no longer alive, most likely. You know?
Yeah, I mean, the thing, I'm trying to, like, I repeat stuff on here a lot. You know, like tonight I had to say, because I think you got to sort of keep pounding the obvious in people's faces or they don't see it. You know, like it's amazing. Like you could say something and 5 minutes later somebody says the same thing. And it's like, I mean, when you look at this message from FBI Phoenix, and you know what they're really doing when they say maybe, that means they really, okay. So they're saying maybe because in case it just miraculously isn't a ransom, then they can say, yeah, we didn't know for sure. That's why we used the word maybe. However, the fact that they've been looking at it as a kidnapping for ransom means that they put a lot of faith and believe that first ransom note was real. They actually believe it. I think that's 100% the reality. They absolutely believe that one is true. And when they told Harvey, it's more likely than not, they're really saying, we believe that those are real. because they just have to word it that way to give them an out in case, the 1% chance that it's not real, because they got completely lucky on 5 different guesses of what was going on in the house.
And it's not only that, but that statement that says this case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom.
That's what I just said.
As soon as it says that that it continues,
it's already been.
Saying that, it's ongoing, and that what is it concerning? It's concerning that there is a kidnapping for ransom. They're not saying that it was anything else. For example, a murder for hire. A waiter and a cook. They're not saying anything like that. They're saying basically this was a kidnapping for ransom, and it's they're not adding anything to it. In other words, that you're not left walking away from that thinking, well, is there other things there that they're also looking at? I mean, there's nothing else that they're giving us that tells us there's anything else, so we have to infer that is the only thing that exists for them as a possible lead.
Yeah, and let me see. Somebody right here just typed in, should have asked for proof of life or death. Perp might have only assumed they only wanted proof she was alive. Well, the thing is they didn't want her to die, and now they're on a murder charge, so they got the hell out of Dodge after, putting their last untraceable message out apologizing. Okay? They're not going to risk being caught. I mean, the moment somebody died, their risk, a reward got whacked out, right? Because if you abduct somebody and you turn them in and then you get caught, you give the person who was alive and you give them back and they weren't harmed or anything, you probably get 10 to 20 years maximum probably. But as soon as somebody dies, now you got the death penalties on the table and you're going to get life without parole minimum, so that now it's like, okay, so it's even a little bit risky to send that second one, but they must have done it in a way where they were absolutely certain. And look they haven't been caught. Nobody's been able to track down how they sent these or where they came from. So they felt safe in sending these messages.
I can't argue with any of that. And so Fifey in the chat has brought up another point, and I thought that, it's being addressed, but something maybe you can look at and just go, and because I think it's legitimate. I mean, I think that conversation needs to happen so not only Fifey can hear your answer to that other people who are listening in on this who have questions about it, because they're legitimate questions. I can see it right now, but I just don't want to say it.
Are you talking about the $1 million one, this one?
Yep, I am.
Yeah, so if I had $1 million in the bank, I would have paid it because there was no alternatives. Right. Well, I mean, that I think that's just sort of more of a claim of moral superiority. Who the hell knows what you would do? Like if you had $2 million, your mom's missing, and there's a ransom note that asks for it, but the FBI says, listen, we don't even know if these are legit people here. We need to have proof. So when they saw it, they thought, man, this looks pretty good, because it has this different information. But they want to make sure that she's alive, because they're saying, look, the ransom note said, we're going to return her to you, meaning alive. They were intending to return her alive. So because of that, then they want proof that she's alive. Okay? But they didn't get the proof. And the kidnappers knew that they couldn't prove it, so when they were asked to provide the proof, see what would have happened. Let me just tell you what would have happened here. If they had paid the ransom, whatever technique these guys are doing to not get tracked on the back end, they just would have got the money and got the hell out of Dodge, and you'd never know where Nancy ever was, ever. Just like right now we're in this place. We'd be in the same position we're at right now, except millions of dollars would have been paid out. Now, if you had a case where there's a proof of life and you can see they send it in some other sort of way, some encrypted way that they do it, I don't know. I mean, you still have that metadata problem. But maybe just words like, okay, she was wearing this. She used to call you Pumpkin when you were a kid. So you'd have all that information. And once you have that, But I guess you'd have to figure out, like, is she still alive right now? See, that's the part that's hard, right? Is she still alive right now? Because, like you were saying the other day, I mean, maybe driving in the car, they could have got that information, then she died later. So they have that information, but then she's not really alive. So how do you prove that she's alive right now as we are, as you're replying to this next message we're sending, So that's the part that's kind of hard, but, if you got to prove somehow that she's alive, and I guess that wouldn't work by saying I used to call her Pumpkin. That doesn't prove anybody's alive. So proving somebody's alive is if you take a picture of them and they're holding a newspaper from a different day, and you can say, look, see, they're right there. And I don't know if they were able, I don't know what they were going to do in this case. It's weird. But I guess the only answer I have for that is, if you don't have proof of life, there's absolutely no reason to send millions of dollars in. And that's it. I mean, you could send it in and you out $2 million and she's still missing. That's it. I mean, what do you think? I don't know if you're supposed to just send it in without proof of something.
Well, I personally think, I don't know. I don't want to second guess the family and what went through their minds and what went through everything, as far as the different scenarios that were presented. But I could think that, the FBI had a certain idea about how things should happen. And when they probably normally, as a way of working with ransomers, that you do not pay out unless proof of life has been issued, has been shown. And so if that was the way that they normally had been operating under that type of a protocol, and now they're in this situation that they have to advise the family, they could say to the family, well, we can't advise you to do this based on our protocols and the way that we do things. That certainly if you want to take it into your own hands and go ahead and do it, go ahead, but we can't advise you to do it based on our own internal policies. I'm not saying for sure that happened, but as a possible thing. Now, once the family would have heard that, then they would have had to weigh it out and say, okay, we've got the experts here that are telling us one thing, yet our mother is out there and we want our mom back. But, one point I want to make is that with the blood loss on the porch, the family would have likely concluded that there was a good chance that the mother could already be gone. So then they would be thinking like, well, we know why they don't want to come back with proof of life, because mom's already passed. And so what that really would mean then is that if they went ahead and followed through, they're not going to be paying for someone who's living. They're going to be paying for somebody who is passed away.
Pretend that she was alive. Whatever method that they were going to pay with, the kidnappers feel really confident that they couldn't be traced. So even if she was alive and they returned her, they still got away with, they got the money, but now you got Nancy back. So the fact that they weren't able to prove that she was alive, why would you're going to send it to them and then they get away with it again, because they're going to use the same technique to not get traced, and they're just going to have the money, and you're not going to have Nancy. So that's why they needed proof of life to do that.
And the thing about, I know that there are people that even as of last night were saying through gritted teeth what the FBI statement was, but trying to make it seem that it was something else than what it really stated. And we're still coming out and saying all the ransom letters were fake, all of them. And, in my opinion, when you hear something like that, and you think, well, the FBI is saying this case has been investigated for an ongoing time as a kidnapping for ransom, that obviously they don't think the letters, all of them, are fake. And it's evident in the statement itself.
Well, they first one, they probably already, that's a ransom letter that they've deemed to be real. The second one isn't a ransom note, but it's from the same person, and that's when they probably realized it was a kidnapping for ransom gone wrong. I guarantee you that's what the FBI thinks, that it was a kidnapping for ransom that went wrong. 100%.
Well, I understand. Yeah, and I understand that they want to put it out there that, we think that the first letter is fake, but it all hinges on the fact that there was information in that letter that were item identifiers about location in that bedroom, and that apparently that it was specific enough that the FBI said, well, we have to take this very seriously.
Yeah, see let me just say something. The 5A goes, wow, you had such a wise comment because you said, why didn't they send proof of life from the start? Well, it's because she wasn't alive. That's why. It's not like we've been saying the same damn thing 1,000 times. It is absolutely, I don't mean to change your thing, but it's just, I'm getting frustrated because what she always likes to do is try to find what helps her thing. Why didn't they send it out originally? Yeah, we already have said that, like literally 100 times. They didn't send it out because they didn't have time to gather the intel. She probably died, you get in there, you get her the hell out of it. The only thing they did know was the things that could prove that they were the kidnappers. Like, oh yeah, she was wearing this. We were in the house. We found the phone on the ground, the watch on the ground. The phone was placed over here. We left 2 doors open in the back. We had this and this and blah, 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 blah. And then they go, yes, these are the guys. They're the only people that would have known this. That's it.
Exactly. So they went with the next best thing.
That's all they had. And they thought that was going to be enough to get, and I think I said this earlier in the show, that would be enough to get the ransom. Like, okay, not that they thought it was, that was their best shot. Let's put it this way. They were doing a Hail Mary here. They weren't going to be able to prove that Nancy was alive because she was dead at this point when they sent that letter out. Because remember, they sent the letter out like 40 hours after she was taken. So Nancy was not alive at this point when they sent that out. I think they actually spent earlier in like 1, 2 in the morning that same day that they sent it out on the 2nd, burying Nancy somewhere out in the desert somewhere. Then they go home and they're like, God, what do we do? Let's just give it a shot. We remember that we can prove that we were the ones by this, and this, and this. Send it in. Lo and behold, they ask for proof of life.
Proof of life.
And not AI shit. That's what Savannah and them did, right? And so they weren't able to do that. And they didn't hear a damn thing from him for 3 days. And then they sent out that apology thing because they had seen the sort of the onslaught of how sad the family was in different posts by, her and the brother and everybody. So they sent that out there and then they washed their hands of it, but she was already in the ground before they sent out. I believe this. She was in the ground before they even sent out that ransom note.
I agree as well.
It just makes sense, right? It's like that's 40 hours later, and she died soon after. So that means they put her in the ground. Probably. I mean, I don't word it that way. They buried her, like I'd say 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning on the 2nd, and then later that day, and maybe long ways away too. They may have in the middle of the night driven far away and made sure that even if they got pulled over, she wouldn't have been seen in the car. It would just, because normally when you get pulled over, it's just for doing some stupid thing like they wouldn't have been being pulled over for abducting Nancy. Let's put it that way.
And another thing is that they knew obviously, they know the full text of both of the letters, so they know exactly everything that the first letter said of if there was any extra identifiers in there that added credibility to the fact that someone was in that home when that abduction took place. So with that information in there, then you've got other people, sadly, out there saying, well, the ransom letters are fake. Well, how can you know that they're fake when you haven't read even the full text of the letter? So you can't say that you know that they were fake because obviously the FBI is making conclusions on that first letter, not only based on the verbiage of the position of the watch on the floor, but there potentially could be some other things. And there's been other journalists that in reporting, and I believe Brianna Whitney was one of them, that there were additional things inside that first letter, not just what we have talked about or know what those items were listed as. So that being the case, there's multiple identifiers in there, and anyone that wants to say that all the ransom letters were fake, you're going to have to get around the fact that there's an easily constructed scenario, and anyone can do this, where they can say, okay, let's see if you can construct a letter in such a way that if the detectives read this, they will be left with incontrovertible proof that you were in that bedroom. And any one of us that can think logically could say, okay, well, we know that we could leave that in such a way, and we could describe it in such a way that there's virtually no one else that would have been there that could have done it, that would have known that it looked that way. And that in and of itself would be indicative of the fact that this person, when they went in there, that it really was real, that it's based on the fact that this person went there, they were on the premises, and the fact that, I know that they could say, well, we don't really know if the ransom was real because they never agreed to pay it. And again, it comes back to the FBI saying, okay, well, we understand the protocol, and we need proof of life. And I don't ever want to second guess what that family went through in making an agonizing decision, because they had to all bounce it around in between them and say, what do we want to do here? They're saying this. This is how we feel. And I never want to second guess that. It must have been agonizing. I don't even want to go there, but I will just say that you can guess what the FBI was saying. The FBI was saying, well, we can't advise you to move forward on this unless we have proof of life. This is how we've always operated. And so the family is always going to have that in their back of their mind. Well, who do we side with? Do we side with the FBI? Do we say, oh, okay, we'll go with them? Or do we say, well, we don't care what the FBI says, we're going to assume that we know the best course of action? And you just don't know what was said in those rooms where those discussions took place.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just absolutely, I'm kind of pumped, because then now it's like you're right on we're right on to what it is. The kidnapping for ransom gone wrong. People want to still come up with, hey, what did they say? Quinn the Golden said, or the notes are really from the perp, but has no interest in money, only part of the overall master plan to divert. Yeah, I don't know. The second note, that's why I always tell everybody how important the second note is. If the second note was another one similar to the first one, I could see that being a diversion sort of deal. But the second one it sort of completes the kidnapping for ransom gone wrong, And then, so what other reason? Yeah, I don't know.
It certainly doesn't reinforce the fact of wanting to see someone grieve even harder. That whole letter is designed to make someone grieve less.
Exactly, yeah. Try to give comfort, and it was truthful. I think it's truthful when they say, there's nothing you could have done that would have changed the outcome. What they're really saying is she died so fast. They've already put her buried her in nature before they even sent out that message. So that's how they know that, So it's weird how, you put it together and stuff, and then all of a sudden, even the little tiny details all work and fit into the puzzle,
Yeah, to me, it's the FBI statement. How many times have we said on this channel, if they will just give us an update, if we'll just know something?
Especially after these two contradictory things, I was like, they need to put something out. I think they even knew that themselves, right? They weren't listening to me. They just knew that that's exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And it was great, because then we learned something definitive that we did not know before, and that is that this has been an ongoing investigation on a kidnapping for ransom case.
And it's been ongoing for that since probably the first week when they got that first ransom note.
I think it's been ongoing since they received the letter and they said, oh, well, it looks like they're trying to verify that they were there by certain things that, and go, well, let's look at these crime photos and see what it says, and look over the crime photos. Oh, yeah, that's exactly where everything was placed when we walked into the bedroom. So
yeah,
that conversation would have happened, and they would have said, okay, well, it's all matching up. It's all matching up. And from that point, then they would have started saying, okay, well, what are the odds that someone else could have guessed this or invented this? And
yeah, that's what I was saying a minute ago. You'd have to guess all 5 of the things. I mean, so when they say it's more likely than not, again, the real thing in their mind is we believe these are authentic. That's what they're saying. You're not going to say, well, they're kind of likely, so we're going to investigate this as a, they believe it. And the only, it's just the reality. That's the truth, is they believe that the first note is real, and that's why they've been looking at it the way they've been looking at it, as a abduction for ransom.
And so even, like, just for example, let's just say that you and I had access to everything that they had access to, and we could see it all. And let's say that you and I came to a different conclusion than what the FBI is thinking. Well, that's all fine and well, and why can we do that? Because we went through all the information, the same things that they have. But in this particular scenario, we don't have access to everything that they've got. So it doesn't really give these people out there who want to deny the ransoms and call them fakes, they don't have a leg to stand on because they don't know all the evidence the case investigators have. So
well,
how can you
they know a hell of a lot more than any of us do.
Right.
I can just tell you that. What I do on my channel a lot is I back engineer what law enforcement has based on the factual information that's out there, So that's what I try to do. And that's how you get close to what's going on. And now we have verification that the kidnapping for ransom is their theory in the case. And because that's their theory, and they're the FBI, I know there's people out there, oh, the FBI, they're full of... Yeah, listen, they know what they're doing, okay? And so that's where everybody should be right now landing. Now, if you want... But the thing is that's not what sells, right? So whenever you do what the FBI is saying, people call you a shill or a, just like in the Tyler Robinson case, right? I mean, it's the clearest case you've ever seen. But people start calling you certain things because you're literally going with the factual information. And so these people, they make a whole market out of pretending that they know more than the FBI, and, which they'll never be correct on, ever. On any show that you've ever seen, that they'll never be correct.
And to go so far as to say that we know so much more than the FBI that we can declare these as fake. They got to be lying because they're not the case investigators. So how could they reach that conclusion without the breadth of evidence that the case investigators have? And if they do, it's going to be faulty. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing. I was saying, yeah.
Yeah. So I just, I really want to hammer on that point, and you've done a great job of it, Gray, because we've had a lot of people listening to the call tonight. And I tend to notice, because I see what pops up on my feeds, when certain channels are running certain content. And those channels, in particular, are not running tonight. And that might mean that there's some listeners that are listening in to this call that normally listen to those channels. And I'm bringing this up because I want to bring home the point that Gray is legit here. He's not going off on something that is not as what is most logical, common sense, straight in front of your face that you can see. When you read the statement, it's very clear that this has been an ongoing investigation. It's not something that just happened. That's not the way that the sentence reads.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, I mean, I was saying earlier that it says this case continues to be. So the word continues means that that's what they've been looking at this whole time. Basically, that's what they're saying. This case continues to be, meaning we don't know exactly when they started, but they have been actively looking at this as a ransom case for a long time. And so, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean a long time, but I think it's obvious, right? Since the ransom note came out on the 2nd of February, that's literally what they've focused in on the entire time, in my opinion. I doubt that they went, well, let's throw aside that ransom note that had stuff that only the person inside the house would know, and let's look at some weird, crazy theory out there. Yeah, no, they went right with what made sense. She was abducted. Somebody tried to get money. They think that they've been able to verify that the people that asked for the money are the people who took her because of what they said in that first letter. And they never were able to verify that Nancy was still alive, so they didn't send the money, which wouldn't have helped at all. And they never offered to say, hey, if you send us money, we'll tell her where we put her body. They never said that either, because they were just they were leaving now because they didn't want to have any chance that by getting the money that would somehow allow the FBI to arrest them. They were willing to take a risk. There's probably a little bit of risk no matter what in the way that they were going to receive their funds. And so they just weren't able to, they were not going to risk it based on the penalty of being caught. So they just went, because they're probably in a position now it's going to be very difficult for somebody to track him, but, I guess I have faith that they'll be able to do it.
And there's other points about this second letter, and I've heard these points brought up, that why would someone undertake more risk, put themselves at more risk by putting another communication out there when they did not have to do that.
I said that on this call. On this call, I said the same thing. It's like they don't need to. Well, because the thing is they. What I was saying earlier is the same technique that they used to send the first one, they know is foolproof. Like they have it down where the letter cannot be, the correspondence is something that can't be tracked. They know, they feel that. Like it's very difficult. Like that, and it hasn't been, right? Have we noticed that? They haven't tracked down where they came from. So they sent it to that news outlet where it's anonymous, and they had come forward and said this is a way to send it in anonymously before the second one was sent. So anyways.
And that is quite impressive when you can have that level of confidence that you can say, well, we don't have to worry about whether or not a second communication is going to be risky because it doesn't add to our risk level.
Means they're pretty tech savvy people,
Well, you would think that would be the case to have that level of confidence.
Right.
Unless you're a complete idiot, but they're not, obviously, because it hasn't been traced. So
that's why I think they're kind of younger, like 20. I think like I was saying yesterday, like 25 to 30. Because younger people are way more savvy with the crypto and that kind of stuff. They're able to do it. So that's what my guess is.
So the one thing that kind of leaves me is kind of something that is interesting is that when we watched the porch perp. And the behavior around the front door, very casual, even out on the step, very casual, not in any hurry at all. And to think that what this person is about ready to do, as we've already talked about many times, you've went on about it, that, it's agreeable. What they're going to do is horrific. But this attitude that they had was very nonchalant. And so when you look at that and you say, okay, well, what are the odds that somebody that has this type of attitude would want to compose a condolences letter and say, well, we really need to get back with them, and, I feel so bad, and, let's just put something out there until they get some closure on this. And so I think to my mind, okay, well, does this porch perp exhibit those kind of behaviors that would make me think that he would want to put something out there like that? And the answer I come to is no. So then I think, okay, well, then if there is this second partner, and I brought this up in the chat earlier, that females, I think, have usually a pretty good moral compass, and they have this moral moral conscience to where, you know, they want to do right. And I'm not saying that men are inherently want to do wrong, but I think they're more concerned about other people's feelings on the average, you know, more empathetic toward other people's feelings than men are.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking she's the one that, well, that's why I think she's the one that kind of convinced to send the, that's why I said earlier that she's probably the one that was like, you know, because, and I even said like women are more likely to feel like, hey man, she felt bad and wanted to send the second note. And then maybe even wrote the first one with the, like we were talking about the other day, the hello, Savannah, you know. Hello, Savannah. I mean, does a guy talk like that, really? They just say, hey, this is your kidnapper. Send the money by, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So this, you know, what I'm trying to picture, because we were going through this before, and you had mentioned that, you know, her sitting at the computer, him looking over the shoulder, her saying, you know, I'm writing this and I'm writing that, and him putting input along the way. And so you're trying to get a feel like, well, how did they go about, you know, putting this together? And, you know, inevitably, if it was a team effort, and you think about, okay, well, I just picture this female going to the male and saying, I don't feel right about this, and I'm troubled with this, and I don't want to leave this on my conscience that those people are out there crying for their mother, and unless you go along with me and you say, you know, you let me write this letter and put it out there, you know, we could have problems. I could see something like that where, you know, there was something like, listen, I'm gonna put this letter out there whether you disagree with me or not, so you better go along with me, because I can't see that male would have been consenting to that without some type of incentive. Such as kind of a hint, like you don't want to be, if you've got a girlfriend or even a spouse and you guys are involved deeply in this crime, the last thing that you really want to be doing is angering your partner and disagreeing with your partner and being difficult, because what about if your partner decides to have a change of heart of conscience because it can't get it off their heart because they never got a chance to vent it out, and now they go and they tell. And so I'm just thinking, you know, that there had to be some dynamic between those two, you know, if we're really talking about two people where one was basically maybe resistant and didn't want to do it, and the other one was saying, I have to do this. I have to get it off my mind. Those people out there are suffering. And, I mean, maybe it sounds outlandish, but it's very unusual that you would have something written like that by a male, but yet we know that there was a male on that porch.
So I even think the word, you know, using the word perished is sort of like more something a female might say. Trying to find something nice, you know.
It's just, you know, and I've went through this scenario so many times, and I just think, just running this by you. So if you picture any woman who had to meet with the family, and let's just say face-to-face, so there's not really a chance to think about what words you're going to get used. Everything gets thrown off the cuff, you know, and
yeah, like maybe a doctor going into a room where somebody just died. A female doctor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Good point. Yep. You know, and what are going to be the chances when this person knows, like, okay, these people are grieving. I'm going to have to show sensitivity, and it's customary for me to show sensitivity. What are the chances that this person is going to say, "I'm so sorry that your mom has perished"? It just doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it just seems like they're just right, you know. But writing, you might say something like. Saying it out loud doesn't sound right, but sometimes when you're writing, you're searching. Because I looked around, there's no translation changes. I don't even think perished is something ChatGPT would ever put in there. I don't believe in the ChatGPT shit, the AI use of anything. I just think somebody sat there and went, you know, I don't want to say died. That sounds kind of mean. She passed away. You know, passed away and perished are probably on the same level of sort of, you know, like kind of, I mean, is perished a little bit more negative than passed away? I don't know. Just seems kind of mellow, like a mellow, I don't know what the word, a softened version of saying died. Both of them. So maybe that's just the word that they used. I think like we overthink stuff like that. I think it's just kind of like, this is probably a female, just based on the fact that it was even sent and so forth. But trying to like over evaluate, because the word perished was used and try to, I don't know, sleuth out.
Well,
it's just too much.
I mean, you did run AI, and AI was saying basically that they have words in other languages that can express something that shows sensitivity, and that they didn't have to use the word perish to do it, and that they typically would not do it.
Maybe we should do like a ChatGPT. Let's try one like this. Is there any language when using that language's word for what? Passed away? For passed away.
Yeah.
That would return in English the word perished as being, the closest match. I mean, that might be a good way to do this. All right, let's see what it says. Is there any language when using that language word for passed away? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I have to redo this. I might not have written it very well. No, let's see. Spanish. Well, see, that's not what I'm saying. Yes, but only the original word is closer to perish, died, violently died in a disaster. I don't know, French. I know it's not what I don't think it has what I'm trying to say. Let's see.
Is there any languages where the word perished is used to express the passing of a loved one?
Right, but they're not using the word perish. They're using their own language word that translates to that. Let's see. Is there any word? Is there any language that
uses the word
yeah,
perish?
that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, that's what I'm trying to. I wrote the same thing above. This is the word perished. No, that's not. Uses the word. Let's see. Is there any language that the word for pass away directly? Because I mean, like if somebody was typing it in, I mean, I guess that's probably. I guess that maybe that's a better way to do it. Like, is there any language that language other than English that you? Oh, that's not even. Is there any language that uses the word perished for pass away? I don't know.
Any other language? Yeah.
Is there any language that uses the word at work? The word perished. Maybe.
Brooke has a good one in the chat.
Yeah, let me see. Where is it? Any language or culture that would use word. Let's see. Yeah, let me get one of these maybe.
And chat, feel free to pop in other phrases if you'd like that you think that will get us the answers that we're seeking.
Let me just enter mine in and see what happens.
I'll treat this as a translation linguistics question. Whether a normal death euphemism in another language could fairly become perished.
There you go.
Not just whether dictionaries list it.
That's exactly right.
Yes, some languages have death words that can translate into English as either died, passed away, or perished, depending on context. But perished is usually not the normal closest match for a gentle passed away. The key distinction, normal compassionate death word, passed away, died, death by danger, violence, exposure, accident, disaster, war, or being overcome, perished, was killed, lost her life. Examples. So the answer is, yes, there are languages where a death verb can be translated as perished, but that usually means the original word was not the soft passed away word. For the phrase, she perished shortly after she was taken. That sounds like the writer or translator chose a word meaning died as a result of a fatal event, circumstance, not a gentle euphemism. A natural English speaker would almost always say, she died shortly after she was taken.
Here, let me just, I'll start it right here. And then you can listen to the last part.
All right.
So the answer is, yes, there are languages where a death verb can be translated as perished, but that usually means the original word was not the soft passed away word. For the phrase, she perished shortly after she was taken, that sounds like the writer or translator chose a word meaning died as a result of a fatal event, circumstance, not a gentle euphemism. A natural English speaker would almost always say, she died shortly after she was taken. Or, if trying to sound compassionate, she passed away shortly after she was taken. So perished could plausibly come from translation, especially from words like Russian pogibla, Spanish pereció, or Arabic hlkt. But if the source word was the ordinary respectful death word, then perished would be an odd or machine-like English choice.
Weird. All right, let me try this one.
Very interesting.
I'm typing, putting in that one. What are you talking about, Lori? Yeah, let's see. Word translate to perish, English to convey death. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Several languages. Okay, let's see. It does have an answer. Come on. Here we go. Expired? That wouldn't have made any sense. That sounds even worse. Brick said, I feel like expired would have made the most sense. No, it wouldn't. That's ridiculous.
I'm sorry to hear that your mother expired.
Yeah, that sounds like, that'd be a crazy one. I don't agree. All right, let me see.
Yes. Several languages and cultural religious registers use a death word that can fairly translate into English as perished, but it usually carries a different feel than the gentle English phrase passed away. The closest examples. So yes, a writer from another language or cultural background.
Yeah, it doesn't come up with that. No, it doesn't come up. We tried the whole thing the other day. That the word perish is not a direct anything from Spanish.
Background could use a word that translates naturally as perished to convey death. But here is the important distinction. If they mean ordinary compassionate death, she passed away, she died. If they mean death caused by danger, exposure, violence, accident, disaster, or being overcome by circumstances, she perished. She died as a result. She lost her life. So the phrase, she perished shortly after she was taken, does sound like it could come from a translated phrase where the original word meant died under tragic, fatal circumstances, rather than a normal English condolence phrase. It does not sound like the closest natural translation of a soft, passed away word.
Mm-hmm. Huh, well.
That's super interesting, I think.
Yeah, it's just kind of, I just think, but here's the thing, it's like, just seems like we're overthinking that a little bit. It's such a, Nancy died and was buried in nature. You know, that sounds like a lady was just a female maybe writing it just to say, hey, she's buried out in nature, in the ground outside somewhere, but we didn't just throw her body out there. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her, it should be like, period. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. Nothing you could have done, could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry. I don't know. It just seems, the word perish, sure, it just might have popped in their head when they were writing it. I've heard, we all know what the word perish means, right? We've all heard it. So why couldn't somebody just type it in as a sentence? It doesn't, because when are you going to use it? The thing is the word perished is used sometimes, right? Why can't it be this time? That's what I'm asking. It doesn't, there's no reason.
I'm just trying to run Yeah, I'm trying to run through a scenario, so I'll just throw one out there. So just picture that, and I'm just, again, ideas. Picture a funeral director in front of a big audience, who's seated, and they're at a funeral, and the funeral director has to get up there and make a speech in front of this family and the loved ones who are grieving. And he has to be sensitive to the things that he says because everybody who's there is very sad. And so, but let's just say that he wants to use the word perished in this speech. And, well, how can he do it in such a way that wouldn't raise any eyebrows where if people were listening, they would think like, okay, well, that sounds nice and, what we would expect. And, well, one way you could say it was you'd be like, so-and-so was a wonderful person, and they did many things in life, and they unfortunately passed away in a freak flood, unfortunately perished in a freak flood. And, if you said something like that in that way, it probably really wouldn't raise an eyebrow because someone would say, like, well, that's kind of what happened. It was a freak flood, and she was in her car, and, the waters came up, and she, she perished. And because it was violent, and it was quick. It wasn't like a gentle passing away where someone is laying in bed and dying of old age. And so where I'm saying this is relevant is what about if you were the person in that audience and you heard the funeral director use that word perished in that context, that then you might say to yourself, well, that's an appropriate way to use that if I wanted to sound, sensitive to someone. Because you heard it somewhere.
Yeah, you might have heard it in church or something. Yeah, okay, I can buy that one. I mean, but I think it's just them actually using the term perished because they think it sounds, it's like passed away, but even a little bit more poetic-y, because that's maybe what, I guess we could try, let's see. Let's do another ChatGPT. Who might use the word perish more than others? Just to see. I don't know. I mean, maybe it comes up with something. Let's see. I guess I needed to put perished with a D at the end. Yeah, let me go back. Let's see.
I agree with Lisa. What she put in the chat.
Use the word perished. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that the other night, maybe it being religious. Who would use the word perished? Who would typically use the word perished in, let's see, how about what type of person, maybe? Yeah, maybe that.
I could see a coroner. I could see a coroner saying the person expired at 8:07 a.m.
Yeah. Typically use the word perished. Yeah, that expired one. Come on, man. What type of person would typically use the word perished in everyday speak? Yeah. Let's see what it says.
That's a good question.
In normal everyday speech, perished is uncommon. Most people would say died, passed away, was killed, lost their life, or didn't survive. A person who uses perished casually might be one of these types, someone using formal or dramatic language. Perished sounds literary, old-fashioned, or theatrical. It fits narration more than conversation.
That's why the other night I said this seems kind of similar to Tyler Robinson and Twigs. Kind of that kind of writing,
Someone influenced by news, official reports, or disaster wording. It's more common in contexts like fires, crashes, shipwrecks, war, famine, or natural disasters.
Huh.
3 people perished in the fire. Someone older or with a more formal vocabulary. Not necessarily elderly, but someone who naturally uses less casual wording. A non-native English speaker or translated English writer. In some languages, a word meaning died, was lost, or met death may be translated into English.
But like Twigs and Tyler Robinson, they're trying to sound like they are Shakespearean almost, the way they talk.
Right.
Right, so maybe it's something like that.
As perished, even though a native speaker might choose died or passed away. Someone trying to sound detached or indirect. She perished can feel more distant than she died. It may soften the directness while still sounding serious. Someone writing in a staged, poetic, or AI-like style. In a ransom note or apology note type context, perished can sound unnatural because it is formal and emotionally odd compared with normal human phrasing. So in everyday speech, perished is most typical of someone being formal, dramatic, translated, non-native, literary, or trying to distance themselves emotionally from the death.
Huh. That was actually a good question there. Yeah. It led to some interesting stuff there. That was pretty cool.
So one of the things that is said that I thought was really interesting is that it wasn't so much about the conversation as it was about keeping with the narration. And so the narration is interesting because when you think about the other phrases that were like buried in nature, the ones that kind of sound like lofty phrases that, well, perished is keeping right in line with that in the sense that, it's lofty language. It's not language that you normally would hear, and it is within the context of other language used in there, which is phrasing that you normally wouldn't hear, buried with nature.
Yeah, hold on a second. Why would your algorithm use it? All right, so here's my counter, because they mentioned AI a second ago. So I said, how would the word perished, let me put quotes around it again. Okay, I like to challenge AI, or, ChatGPT. How would the word perished show up in an AI context when you have said that perished isn't common? Wouldn't your algorithm use a different word? Now watch. I just confused it. So here we go. Let's see. Here it comes back. It's thinking now, like, oh shit, I got trapped. We're playing chess here. Yeah, because then let's see what it says. Okay. Well, you said that though. Hold on. Say what you're going to say.
Not necessarily. An AI model does not always choose the most common everyday word. It chooses a word that fits the context, tone, and surrounding phrasing it is generating. So even though perished is uncommon in normal speech, it can show up in AI writing because it appears in certain written contexts, disasters, formal death notices, old-fashioned narration, translated wording, or emotionally
Okay, how about this? What could, what phrasing for a kidnapping where the person died, or the, the victim died, would you use the word perished when describing it?
And I got a good one for you too.
Let's see. I said gore instead of for. Hopefully they figured it out.
For a kidnapping where the victim dies, I would usually not use perished. In true crime, police, or
you just said you might use it.
Perished sounds too formal, old-fashioned, and indirect.
Okay.
It is more typical for disasters.
Now I really got to get it. But a minute ago, you said you would use perished for that situation. All right, here we go. Let's see. What's it going to say now? These guys, I tell you what. Okay, here we go.
You're right to press that, because the distinction matters. What I meant was, I would not personally choose perished as the natural wording for a kidnapping victim dying. I would more naturally say, she died shortly after she was taken. She died while in the custody of her abductors. She did not survive the abduction. Where I may have sounded contradictory is that I said AI could plausibly generate perished in that context if it was trying to sound formal, softened, serious, or detached. So the corrected distinction is, normal human true crime wording, died, was killed, did not survive. Formal, translated, staged, or AI-like wording, perished, becomes more plausible. My own wording choice, I would avoid
but what the hell is AI wording? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Let's see. One more time here.
Fair point. AI wording is a sloppy phrase unless it's explained. AI does not have one magical vocabulary list where it says, use perished. What people usually mean by AI wording is phrasing that feels like it was generated from patterns in polished written text, rather than from how a real person would naturally talk under pressure. In this context, I mean wording that has these traits. Okay. Overly polished for the situation.
Let me just say this. So, what could I have had you say regarding a kidnapping where you would naturally have said perished? You know, because it just seems like it's just you're going back and forth with you. It's almost like they try to get out of their mistake. You know, you ever notice that?
You could have framed it in a way that pushes the wording toward formal, literary, historical, or disaster-style narration rather than normal true crime phrasing. For example, I might naturally use perished if you asked. Write this like an old newspaper account. The kidnapped woman perished shortly after being taken from her home. Or write it in a formal historical narration.
Right, but that's me typing in. But he goes, write this as an old newspaper article. The kidnapped woman perished shortly after being taken from her home. But that already has the word perished in it. So of course you're going to use the word perished. I mean, forget it, man. I don't have time. Anyways, what is it that you wanted to put in there?
Yeah, so when would it be common to use the word kill and perished in the same paragraph?
Did they do that? I don't remember.
Well, so the reason why I'm asking this question, and then just follow me through. It's like, let's say if you were using an AI to create both letters, and in the first letter you had said, if you don't put in the Bitcoin by this second date, we're going to kill Nancy. Well, if that was the case, then the AI would remember that you use that term kill. And so then when you went to compose the second letter, if it was still remembering everything you did in the first letter and how you tailored it to sound this way and that way, and the word was kill, would it then be more likely to use the word perished because it's drawing upon the previous information in the first letter?
I don't know. I mean, killed is like... kill, you're going to be... We will kill her is different than like perished means that like she's already died, but a softened version. I don't know how they would do it. Let's just see what they said.
It would be most common to use killed and perished in the same paragraph when the writer is describing multiple deaths with different causes or degrees of direct responsibility. Yeah. Killed usually points to an outside force or actor, a person, weapon.
Right. Okay. So it just means that, like, you would just be, okay, one of them was killed using this, the other one perished when the awning fell on their head, you know. He was killed by a bow and arrow, and the other one perished when an awning landed on their head. See? That's kind of what they're saying. The different causes or degrees of direct responsibility. So perished is
fascinating.
So perished is pretty interesting. Yeah, perished is kind of interesting because what they're really saying is that it kind of it separates you from the death a little bit. Like it's they perished, and that's what they probably believe, but the word perished means like you are not directly responsible for their death. You see, that's exactly what they're saying here. It says multiple deaths with different causes or degrees of direct responsibility. So the word perished is less direct responsibility.
And what's interesting about that is, so that if you picture two people composing this letter, would they really go into the level of analysis needed to say that, well, we really want to use the word perished here because we're trying to convey, and I don't know that they would do that. That somebody, I could see how they could rule it out and go with passed away, but to It almost sounds like it was a word that was put out there through AI, and that when it was read in the full context of the letter by the authors or author, that it sounded, oh, okay, well, it rings, it goes in line, it doesn't sound like too far out of whack when you throw in other phrases like buried with nature, and no, I mean, it really kind of sounds like it belongs in there when you use other phrases like that.
Right.
Because it sounds quirky.
Yeah, you know what, though? I just think they just used the word perished. I think that's what I'm saying. It's like, I get what they're trying to say here, but I think they just used the word perished, That's it.
Lisa said unalived, and she's just joking, but...
Oh, I did that. I'm the one that typed that in.
You? Okay.
Right above it. Because she said non-perishable item. And I said some other comment, and I said, non-unalived items. I think my microphone just fell off of this damn thing. We gotta fix it.
But I just want to reiterate to everyone listening that it's wonderful news that the FBI, everybody in the whole true crime community has been saying, just give us an update, give us an update. Now, if you want to complain because it really wasn't the update that you wanted to hear, well, then that shows that you have your own personal bias. But the truth is we should be very glad that we've got this update, because now as a true crimer, we can start going down these logical pathways that lead us to the fact that there was a ransom here that was trying to take place. And the truth is that the FBI believes. Now, I can't say they believe 100%. I believe Gray said the same thing. Can't really say that, but we can say that they believe it enough that they coached the family to get out there in front of a national audience and plead for their mother. So they had to have had some level of confidence that they would put the family through something that would be highly traumatic, to be put in front of a national audience and plead for your mother. And the police are telling you, we vetted the letters. You can proceed. You're not going to make yourself a foolish, movement here, because we feel confident that these letters are valid. And so if that's the case, and they did do this, that we can reasonably say that they had a high level of confidence that those letters were valid.
Yeah.
Also, probably probably a high level of confidence that, normally speaking, as a protocol, that you don't advise a victim or a family to pay unless proof of life is out there.
Yeah, they would have lost they would have, in this case, they would have lost. It was good advice, because they would have lost the entire $2 million, and not got any results at all, other than they may have, possibly caught the person if the FBI was that quick onto how to figure out how to catch them after they got their money. But who the hell knows? Anyways, we've been saying.
And I can see it happening where they'd be sitting across the table and they say, listen, this is how this is going to work. They're going to transfer it from this wallet to this wallet to this wallet, and it's eventually going to go to a country that we can't get a handle on it quick enough, and the money is going to be gone, and you're never going to see your mother again. Mm-hmm. That's probably what's really going to happen here.
Yeah, and I think I think that they were trying to. They might be spending their time right now. Well, I mean, it's too late, because I think right now they're sort of focusing on the other one that Harvey's talking to, hoping to God that somehow he is related. That person's still communicating, because the other two haven't communicated again. So now there's no way to track anything. But I think this case is going to help them in the future. In some ways I was sort of happy the other day too, because then it's like, oh wow, they're able to track this stuff. But then the case was at a cold case level when they said that it wasn't real. The ransom notes weren't real. So that was kind of cool that they were able to track those down, but it turns out that was all crap. Remember that the other techniques or whatever they were using. I mean, all garbage, all that whole thing. So they didn't have a clue who they were. So, anyways, it's good news that we have the, abduction or kidnapping for ransom that went wrong. That's their theory. That's what they're doing, and that's it. All right, so there you go.
And for any creators that are listening out there, do the responsible thing. Don't tell your audiences things that the letter doesn't say. Go over the letter.
It's just what they do.
The letter.
That's what they do. They can't.
I know, but it just I'm sending a message out there to anybody else who's listening as well that this could be the line that you hear. So,
yeah, it's really, it's disturbing how many of these people. Right now, if you have anybody out there that's discussing some other angle, because that's what they've been discussing, like this one guy who thinks it's Annie and everybody, and they're doing all this stuff. It's garbage, all right? And they're just doing it because it's popular. We do what the facts are pointing towards, and that's what we cover over here, and hopefully that's what you've been getting. I think the whole part of the show that when I went over the whole thing, again, it should be, I'm just saying what the facts are. Some of it you have to speculate sometimes on the facts, but it's really always really narrow, and we're in a good place all the time on this channel. So hopefully you guys recognize that, and this is a place you want to go, and you want to be if you want to have a reasonable, rational conversation about any case and the facts of it and what it means. There you go.
Right. So the central question of where did the kidnappers come from?
I don't care. I got to go. I'm actually heading out of here. I don't really care where. I think they just live around there. I don't even want to go into that whole thing. I think that's a waste of time.
Well, anyway, it was a good call and good news overall. And Freaks came through again tonight. Sounds like so. Good job to the Freaks.
But maybe we will do one that's just on just that. But that's a whole nother show again. Yeah, I was gonna maybe talk about that, but it's like, okay, is it a construction worker? They're from Mexico and they over there, and then who's the girl and who's this and this and this. I mean, that's just pure speculation. That show would be, other than just a couple hints like, oh, they're looking down. There was a tip that came in. There was this and that. I don't know. But anyways, maybe we'll try to do that some other time. So go ahead. What were you? Continue doing what you're.
Well, the way that we know that where the kidnappers came from is the way the moonlight glinted off the shoes that night.
Well, there you go. There you go. The shadow. He came from the left. Okay, when he came in, he came from, I guess the angle. Yeah, the west. He came in from. All right.
He came out of the west. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. Well, thanks for the great call, and have a good night, Freaks.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling in, man. Have a good one.
All right. Take care, Greg.
All right. Bye. Jason Bourne. See, we always have a conversation, a lot of stuff we just kind of repeat what we've said during the show, but I think it's sometimes it's good to repeat stuff, like kind of like when we we go over the probable cause documents over and over and over and over and over again. That's useful because after a while you just know everything. You don't have to, like, you guys all know the Tyler Robinson case really well, because we have covered it where it's just, so clear. Everybody's walked the walk that Tyler Robinson made. They walked through the tunnel. They know where the cameras are. You guys know when you walk up the stairs, there's even another camera that goes up the next set of, right? Is there anybody in here that's watched my Tyler Robinson shows that's still confused on how he moved around? Because if you are, your brain's dead, all right? Because we have covered that where it is so clear, Yeah, me too. So next week is going to be, unless there's some crazy breaking news in this case, it's going to mainly be Tyler Robinson, and then even in the evening we'll probably like condense it down and do like the highlights and say, look it, it's going to be pretty sweet. So make sure to be over here when we cover the preliminary hearing in Tyler Robinson case for killing Charlie Kirk. He 100% is the killer. There is no doubt at all. Yes, they do have to have a trial because you're innocent until proven guilty. The probable cause document, however, is so convincing that I'd find him guilty just reading that. All right. Awesome. Anyways, thanks everybody. Really appreciate it. And let me say thanks to everybody up here for getting it. We got to the goal. Sure took a while there, but we had Betty Black and then Mike Spam. So right out of the chute, we were already at like, we were doing pretty good. And then it was, okay, so we had Betty Black and then Mike Spam. Then Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Six Kids UK, Tracy Von Brott, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Tracy Von Brott, Six Kids UK, Wisconsin Cat Mom, Alley Cake, Karen 777. Then we had Bama Girl, Wild Bill Wassman again, Music Fan, South Texas Guy, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, Music Fan, Gifted One, Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Karen, Songbird the First, then Jim Lawn, and then 5855558, thank you. Then Jim Lawn, then Tom Pascal. I made it, I was joking around. Tom Askell. No, it's just Tom. Again, Jim Lawn, then Wild Bill Wassman, Randizzle Randy, Stacy Facey, Nurse Up 1, and then we had Stephanie Sprague, 15 months there, Wild Bill Wassman, Jim Lawn, Anderson Croydon. You know what would be cool is you guys send in super chats that have questions or comments, things that we could discuss at certain points of the show, you know. And then Randizzle Randy, Six Kids UK. Then Stacy Facey did a 5 for 5 challenge. And that was cool. And then Lisa Valenzuela. And then Jim Lawn. He was doing the jokes, you know. If people were putting in jokes, he did that one. And then Wild Bill Wassman, Karen, Six Kids UK. Then Karen, and then Suz F, and then I Gifted 5, and then we had Lori, and my free ones are done now for the month. Lori Bach, Shake My Head, and new member, and then Jim Lawn. I thought you did your new member way earlier in the show. Or maybe that was a long time ago. Just seems like it. Anyways, did you guys find that interesting? You know, at least like, okay, hey, you know, boom, we're all on the same page. We're moving in the right direction. Okay, at least we are clear. All right, Nurse Up. All right, thanks, everybody. We will see you guys tomorrow. And who the hell knows what tomorrow will bring. But thanks for watching, everybody. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And don't forget, location is evidence.
The truth is as dumb as they come.
Huh?
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working. There's mosquitoes the size of all these, and that dadgum
swamp. Wake up, everybody! Thank you for watching Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using logic, reason, and common sense. Thank you all very much for watching. And until next time, be safe out there.
mysterious being.
Evil can never be dead enough.
And some of you, you make shit up.